You tell me I'm running on lost time. You tell me I'm dragging my heels. Do you make the most out of our time? Do you think you know how I feel? I don't know which way I should go. I don't know. I don't know. It's too gnarly a day for the classroom, Mom. They're breaking so nice down the coast. Let's jump in the car, have a buzz on. Cruising's what I dig the most. I don't know if the wind's gonna blow. I don't know. I don't know. Now I've got a terminal daydream, something that you'll never know. I keep it right here in my backpack, Mom, and take it wherever I go. I don't know if I'm high or I'm low. I don't know. I don't know if I'm high or I'm low. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Add-on, and I usually write games for fun, but we're not going to write a game today. Instead, we're going to be looking at a handful of odd ducks. Now, what do I mean by meme games? Memes, the DNA of the soul. What do I actually mean by that? Well, I usually have a few definitions for what a meme game actually is. And most notably, a meme game is a game that's just kind of not right. There's something distinctly wrong about it. There's something odd, a little bit weird, and it doesn't really fall into any known category. Previous meme games we've gone over are things such as human occupied landfill, which is a literal game that is supposed to make fun of a very certain kind of era and a very certain kind of person. It was a meme game. I also put in things such as Witch Girl Adventures, which is the idea that, hey, this game is a fucking meme. I just realized this is from Paizo. What are you doing? Paizo, what are you doing there, mate? Well, I put Witch Girl Adventures under a meme game simply because, well, all the fetish material, a lot of the fetish material actually, just a lot of the fetish material, like an absurd amount of it. Bella Manga, a lot of these different games I put under very broad category. And the main reason is because, well, they're fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie to you, kids. The games we're going to go over today are weird. They're strange, they're mysterious, they're games that genuinely baffle the mind. However, we need to go over them, though. So the games we're going to be going over today are DragonRaid. For those who in the know, DragonRaid's going to be kind of an the odd duck out of this. We have Chi-Chian. Yes, the official Chi-Chian RPG. Tsar Frontiers, the not genuine. This is a deliberate meme game, and we're going to talk about this one. Rod, Reel, and Fist, which you're going to see me be disappointed with, and whatever the fuck this is Invisible Sun. Yes, Monte Cook's fucking nightmare. We're going to go over Invisible Sun as well. These are the 5 games we're going to go over today. All of them are interesting for very different reasons. No Witch Girl Adventures. I just wanted to use it as an example. The main game where we're going to be going, but we're going to start off with one you probably never heard about, unless you're a very certain age or you had very certain parents. This is DragonRaid. Now, does anyone here know what DragonRaid is? Let's just open up the calls, being this like, does anyone actually know what DragonRaid's all about? This is a very strange one, simply because DragonRaid is the VeggieTales of RPGs. And yeah, you may be saying, no, Petter, you're memeing when you say that. I'm saying, no, I am not memeing at all. DragonRaid technically came out in 1984 and is a high fantasy Christian fighting adventure game. Let me see if this is actually a decent cover. No, I need to get a decent cover for DragonRaid. Because, yeah, this game is from 84. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this game is from 1984, and the entire idea is that it is a game about entering the world of New Eden as you play the Dragon Raiders, or the Raiders, or Light Raider. I believe they're called Light Raiders, as you fight dragons. Literal dragons, sometimes a little bit less literal. But as you can tell, it's a very Christian game. This is the entire point. It's Christian D&D, and that's what it was kind of marketed as. However, to say that it's just Christian D&D is a little bit reductive. The best way to think about it is this is a Christian learning D&D. Yes, Christian learning D&D. You know Sunday school? Hell yeah. Get ready, kids. We're going to fucking Sunday school, I guess. So it's based in Christ-Build. Fuck, why is this in meme games? You'll understand why it's in meme games, because genuinely speaking, here's the strange thing. This is the strange thing. I believed for a very long time this was the only thing left of DragonRaid. That this singular book of 50 pages was the only thing left of DragonRaid. I looked, and I couldn't really find anything else. I was really sad, actually. I was like, you know, this is kind of a bummer, like, because this isn't everything. This came in a full set. There was as you can kind of see here, there were multiple books. You had all the special dice. You had little character cutouts. It had its own little battle map, because it has its own little battle system. It's like, oh, this is kind of an interesting little thing here that literally nobody would have heard about. And I put it under meme games because I think a lot of people will write it off as a meme. But I want to tell y'all, DragonRaid ain't bad. DragonRaid's weird. Let me open this up. DragonRaid is weird, but it's not bad. Yeah, you even see here, if you want like a full extensive collection of shit, like DragonRaid was pretty damn extensive. Now, the big thing is, back in Yeah, it came out in 1994. In 2018, Light Raider Academy. This is Light Raider Academy. Bought up the rights. And now you can actually buy DragonRaid. You can buy it right now for $30. You get all the old books. You get all the old adventures. And, Moonbridge Raid Part 1 Adventure Box. And the big thing is, they actually pump out a few different games. This is technically First Watch, which is kind of the sequel. This is the second. You can kind of call this the second edition of DragonRaid right here. This is by this company called Light Raiders. This is their second edition. Now, who owns Light Raiders? The weird thing about it is that Light Raiders is owned by, where is it? This guy. I wanted to go over him a little bit. This is James R. Hannibal. He's an author. It's your Christian author type. He writes Christian spy fiction. That's what he writes. Christian spy fiction and Christian fantasy. You might have heard about him. I never heard about him personally. Not my cup of tea. But he's the one who actually picked up. He handed the full idea of DragonRaid. This is the original writer, Dick Wolf, which I could find absolutely nothing on. Dick Wolf is nowhere. Yeah, like, I think this might be Dick Wolf. I can't confirm anything. That's the thing. I cannot confirm anything about who or what Dick Wolf was. But yeah, this is the guy who picked up the new edition. And yes, in case you're wondering, the sky does move with your mouse. And to learn more, long-term scripture learning, easy to follow story guides, plus fun accessories, lifelong memories for the whole family. Enter a new world with DragonRaid. Yes, DragonRaid is odd, and Christian anti-role-playing groups. Yeah, DragonRaid had a few pieces of, criticism of it, but the big thing is that this is a choose-your-own-adventure Bible study story at the end of the day. And if this was it, I'd be like, all right, DragonRaid, haha, let's all laugh at DragonRaid. I was wrong. This is some time cube shit. Yeah, pretty much. Now, this is the weird thing that I found. Now, first thing is by this thing called Yestercade. And I don't know if you can hear it in the background. I turned it down very loud, very, very quietly. This is the DragonRaid Inn. This is a website by a company, I believe it's called Yestercade. If you go here, it's a guy who makes gaming arcade machines. He has a thing called the DragonRaid Inn. You can hear that in the background, most likely. That's on the website. But yeah, here's how you can play. This is actually how I actually ended up learning how to play the game properly, is because of this. You are a Light Raider, a professional hero serving the overlord of many names. You may know him as the Hymn of the Lion of Judah or the Prince of Peace. Because yes, the GM is an aspect of Christ in this game. Welcome to the inn, very 90s. And you can click around here, like, hey, let's go to the guild. This is how you roll your primes, and this is how you actually play the game. Or like, here's the library. You want to go over what the races of men are like, and like, let's talk about, new monsters this guy just made over time. Cool. You want to talk about, here's a unicorn. You want to play a unicorn? Or do you want to have a unicorn just here? That's cool. It's just here. Oh, we also have dragons. Dragons are weird. Dragons are really weird. Like, okay. Cool, let's go to Am's workshop. Andros leads you behind the bar, behind the down flight of steps and down past several traps which have made Laura Croft weep like a little girl, and back up some stairs into a smoky, dim little workshop littered with gas burners, glassware, and tools. New rules, the hidden races, new races of men as player characters, Tales of the Sleepless Nights, a book of the Wandering Smith. The various galleries that of just things he's drawn. Ta-da! Don't know why. I found this on complete accident. If you want to learn how to play, this is the site to do it with. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to look a little bit harder. I want to look a little bit more deeply into this. Then I found the official DragonRaid wiki. As official as it's going to get. And here, you barely have anything to work with. This is very sparse, let's just say this. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, oh, I had that open the entire time. Notice it's substance psionic power discarding the illusions of physical reality? No. Yeah, here's the in. Here's the in again because this was in the fucking way because I'm a dumbass and sometimes forget about that. Whoop. Yeah. The big thing is here actually was the only place I could actually find to have where was it? Not fan tools and not adventures. Let me find the character sheet. This was the only place to have the official character sheet, as well as the success grid, and everything else. This is the only place I could actually find it. You have to buy the vintage box with the official cassette tape. If you do not have the cassette tape, you aren't playing the game correctly to actually play the game officially. And it was like, oh, okie dokie then. This is like one of those weird things you sit back and you're like, oh, right then. Now, the company that actually kind of initially okayed DragonRaid was something called Lamb's Bride. The Lamb's Bride Project. These guys are pretty much, let's talk about Christian, like, how do I help you learn about things? Yeah. Individualized Christianity is crippling the church and therefore must be destroyed for the church to be obedient to Scripture. It is a task that consumes the Lamb's Bride Project, who wants to expose the dangers of individualized and autonomous Christian life, highlight God's command to love one another in a superior way that Jesus loved his disciples, show how to do this through categorization of 65 togethers of the Scripture, and teach the ways of leadership in the church more closely followed by the methods of Jesus and empower more church members. Yeah, that's the Lamb's Bride Project. They're the ones who actually authorized this initially. You kind of see this right here as the Lamb's Bride Project. What does this actually mean? Let's see what happened. Why are you linking random shit? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, I'll link, mind you, I'll link everything. I'll link everything later, and this is just what I ended up with. I'm not going to say it's a good website, I'm saying it's a website. Now, this is what we have to work with here. What is this game actually? Well, I'm going to give you a secret. It's a D10 system. It's a D10 system. We're going to be using the 1998 Lamb's Bride, actually 1999 version of the game, which was the entire reason these are actually even out here still is because somebody back in the day uploaded a shit ton of PDFs and disseminated them across the internet. This is the closest thing we have to the actual game anymore. unless you buy it from Light Raid. Oh, goodness. Unless you buy it from Light Raiders. Now, the big thing here is to remember, this is the DragonRaid Adventure Learning System. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the Adventure Learning System. So, like, let's go over, yeah. Subsequently, it was made available on the internet for anonymous FTP with some minor revisions. Yes, this is the minor revision version. There have been things that have been mostly clarified and just made things a little bit easier to actually play. And obviously, we're going to be bringing out our, God's Strongest Soldier. Let me go. God's Strongest Soldier, Pilkins, as you can tell, with all his various attributes. Here's the official DragonRaid worksheet, by the way, which is, you need to actually have the DragonRaid worksheet. If you do not know how to actually calculate your stats. This is very important. But let's go through, what is this game actually? So what do we need to play? So here's all the roles. Here's what we actually need to do. A vast majority of the roles you're going to be doing are one of two. You're either going to be rolling, let me get my D10 out here. You're either going to be rolling the Star Lot, which is a D10, or the GM is going to be rolling the Shadow Stone, which is a D8. Now you may be wondering, why is it called a Star Lot? And the answer may surprise you, is that if you look at it from a particular angle, a D10 from a particular angle, it looks like a star. So it's the Star Lot. And the Shadow Stone is a Shadow Stone, and it's bad. Now, immediately you can kind of tell, don't enemies have like a natural disadvantage against you because you are rolling just a bigger die? And the answer is yes. You do have a bigger die, and you are fundamentally better than the enemies. The enemies of Christ are fundamentally weaker than you. And we go down here. These are all of the various pieces of equipment. You have the Light Raider Handbook, the Adventure Master Manual, the Rule Book, New Player Briefing, Test Adventure, Rescue, Sacred Soul Adventure, all the figures, all the counters, all the battle grids, the official cassette tape, the Star Lot, the Shadow Stone character sheets, and the worksheets. So, at a vast majority of the time, you're going to get, this is what you're going to be rolling. You're going to be rolling effectively a D10. Maybe use to find numbers between 2 and 20. Simply multiply your roll by 2. Generate a number from 2 to 16. In case you haven't realized yet, they're going to teach you how to actually roll the dice properly, because they think this is probably going to be your first time actually playing the game. So, the majority of the time, what you're going to be rolling is your Star Lot plus a value. So it might be Star Lot plus 2. Or a Star Lot plus 3. Because the vast majority of the time, this is what you're going to be doing. This is your ability or success checks. We're going to learn how to use the success grid. So, you're walking down a trail, and the Adventure Master says you hear a noise ahead of you. You want to try to determine what caused the noise. A chipmunk, a bear, or an orc, legally distinct. So the Adventure Master tells you need to make a success check using your listening ability of 7. Says the noise is difficulty 4. Okay, it's difficulty 7, and we have a 4. So we need to roll above a 90. Because yes, this is using a fucking grid, and this is what you have to roll above. So, because we have a ability rating of 4, and it's 7, we have to roll above a 90 here. Until he's 7 let's actually, no, you have your listening ability of 7, so we need to go down here to 7, go to 4, we need to roll above a 45. Whoops. It gives us totals of 41. In order to win the success check, you must roll equal or greater than the number on the grid. Yeah, this is actually how the game works. Welcome to because it's effectively a percentile system, but it's also not a percentile system. Welcome to being back in 1984. We're allowed to do some weird and wacky things that may make literally no sense. So the big thing here, as you can tell, this is where a majority of things are going to be occurring, but also not at the same time. It's kind of a lot of different things. But yeah, here's the full grid. As you can tell, you only can go up to difficulty level 15, and difficulty level 15 is impossible for a vast majority of the time. However, most things are going to gravitate around about like 4 to 6. These are going to be your pretty average rolls, or even down to things like 2 and I would say about 2 to 5 would be like an average roll for most people. It's like, hey, you're always going to have about a 10% chance of failure no matter what you do. However, that's fine because God protects you. Literally. So how do we actually generate a character? Well, as you can tell by our character strength, actually, let's get the official DragonRaid worksheet out. What you gotta do is you gotta roll 1d10 for every single one of these. These are your strength. These are what define you, to how good you are. Well, actually, your goodness rating depends how good you are. Everything else is your strength. So, let's say, for example, I want to generate my love score. I have to roll a 1d10, and I rolled a fucking 1. Or I've got to roll again, like, oh no, I rolled a 9 for my joy score. Which is really good, by the way. As you can tell, Pilkins here, very peaceful, very good, not kind in the slightest. Not very kind at all. Now, your physical attributes are also somewhat generated these way, such as your physical vitality, which is all your strengths together divided by 2, dropping all remainders. Because the big thing is, if you have a 5.75, you're only going to have a 5. Everything rounds down, which is absolutely painful for me. I got some of these. Pilkins got fucked because he got a lot of 5.75s. So how do you roll your strength? Roll a d10. How do you roll your agility? Roll a d10. And then we get the math. All your basic skills, all your basic abilities are going to be one of these, and they're going to show you how to do every single one of them. If you want to generate your courage score, it's going to be your love plus your joy plus your goodness plus your faithfulness plus your self-control divided by 5. And as you can kind of see here, I ended up with 5. And you're going to do that for every single one. And it's like, oh, okay. And these are things like your listening ability, your quiet movement, vision, wisdom, which wisdom is... Ta-da! You got a lot of wisdom. Then you're always going to have solo battle, which is like your ability to actually fight. As you can see here, I got pretty good. I got a little bit above average. You get 3 weapons of your choice as well. This is starting to feel like Christian Dragon Quest. You're not on the wrong track. So your 3 weapons are, you can pick any of these. And mind you, these also are kind of changed by virtue of these stats over here. And your optional stats, because you have 3 optional abilities as well. Pilkins obviously went with the most basic ones, which is Sense Evil, Hatred of Evil, and Track Enemy. Because, for example, if you want to do Merciful Compassion, you gotta make sure you got all of these. Blend in with surroundings, climb skillfully, persuade foe, talk with locals, righteously mingle with evil, converse with animals, or things like water movement. And this is also your defensive ability, such as evading the enemy, recovering from injury, or resisting torture. Yeah, I don't know why resist torture is in here. I remember I was reading through it, I'm like, what the fuck? Why is there resist torture? Like, alright, cool, fuck it. And all of these kind of go together. And as you can see, there's a couple weird... most weapons are pretty standard. Battle axe, crossbow, dagger, flail, hand axe, literally just kung fu, a lance, a longbow, a military fork, quarterstaff, sling, spear, sword, and a warhammer. And that's how you make... oh, wait, no, forgot about armor. This is your armor. These are your ability, because every light raider has their armor always on them. But they're not really armor. You don't put like on chainmail on. That doesn't do anything against the enemies of God. Absolutely not. Dragons are gonna fuck with you. That's the entire point. These guys you want to stop these guys using the power of faith. So, you're gonna have things like the Belt of Truth, your ability to ward away problems, such as, you have to just use your knowledge score. My knowledge is 5, therefore my Belt of Truth score is 5. Your Breastplate of Righteousness is your goodness character strength. Your Shield of Faith, add all your characters, it's the average of all your character strengths. The Helmet of Salvation, which is your hope character ability. Your Sword of the Spirits is only 1. And your Boots of the Gospel of Peace is your love plus your joy plus your P, which is your PE is your patience, I believe. No, where's the fucking PE? Because PE is something completely fucking different, mind you. Peace. How could I forget peace? Your love plus your joy plus your peace plus your goodness plus your faith divided by 5. And that is actually how you make a character in this game. Yes, you do. When I say you do need the actual honest-to-God Light Raider worksheet, I'm not lying. This thing is essential to actually how to make the game work. And if you don't have it, you aren't going to play the game. I can tell you that right now. You ain't playing. Because what it says is, after you get done with it, you just transfer all the information here over to your character sheet. That's it. Congratulations, we've done it. Now, it's going to tell you how to actually, kind of do all of this, but it's very simple. At the end of the day, this is what took me the absolute longest, was filling out all the worksheet stuff. We have all our optional character abilities, we have all our Armor of God, and you can kind of see some of these do very simple things, such as, the Blessed Blade of Righteousness represents the extent to which the Overlord's righteousness has been worked out into the Light Raider's body by obedience to him. It enables him to resist invitations of impure acts. The Helmet of Salvation, Sword of the Spirit, which your Sword of the Spirit represents how many ward runes you're able to actually use. And the ward runes are spells, effectively, which what you have to do to actually use a spell is you actually have to read out the full spell. And let me bring up because this is just the player's manual, because I actually ended up getting the Adventure Master Manual, which is pretty much the exact same thing. I'm just doing it for my own sanity. And let me bring out, not the difficulty level charts, not the killing of dragon slaves, we'll get to that in a bit, not your character role class, battle prayers, people problems, game-related problems, game aids, special word runes, and then the word ruins. So, for example, if you want to use burden free, you have to say, Matthew 11:28, come to me all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. And anyone who can say the burden-free word ruin perfectly can reduce the grim sin enhancement by 2 difficulty levels. Maybe use once per day. This is actually how the magic works in this game. You have to memorize your scriptures. And this isn't like you have to do everything just like that. Colossians 3:12, therefore, as God's chosen people, holy and dearly loved, clothe yourself with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. Colossians 3:12. If you do not do that, if you fuck up saying it, the spell doesn't go off. It's just useless. Nothing actually occurs. And that's why I say this game's kind of a meme game in its own right. Because it's simply such a bizarre game. But, as you increase, you're actually going to be able to, do more complex word ruins. However, you may not use word ruins more than 3 levels below your Sword of the Spirit rating. So pretty much, as the more powerful you end up getting, you can't actually use the lesser word ruins anymore. You always have to do the more complicated ones, more complicated ones. Because the idea is It doesn't want you to use them as magic spells. It wants it to use it as a learning opportunity. You are not going to be saying, humble yourselves before me under God's mighty hand that he may lift you up in due time. You're not saying that because you want to get the bonus. No. What you want to do is you want to beat into that child saying, hey, what is 1 Peter 5:6? Humble yourselves therefore under God's mighty hand that he may lift you up in due time. That's what he immediately wants you to immediate. Because that's what this entire idea is. It's a adventure learning system that teach you scripture. Which is like, cool. All right. Because one of the other big thing is the sin enchantments are the main way that things go really wrong outside just getting your shit rocked. This is your spiritual damage. And you can lose potentially maturity units, pretty much your that's how XP is rated, is by maturity. And if you get affected by these these problems, you're going to lose maturity. You're going to lose XP by, battling sin because you didn't resist sin very well. The player must act as if his character believes the erroneous thought and is affected by the enhancement. And you're going to roll your star lot on using the success grid. Character strength and roll the star lot on the success grid. If you fail, you must reroll against his shield of faith. So yeah, it's really hard to get a sin, for example. So let's just do an example sin. Let's say, oh no, I'm being affected by a level 5 sin against my piece. I have a rank 9, so I'm going to go to 9. Rank 5, I need to roll above a 45. Let's get my another D10 out here. And I rolled a 70. I would have succeeded, but let's say I failed. I would then have to roll against my... it would be my breastplate of righteousness, right? Shield of faith. Of course, sorry, it's the shield of faith. You'd have to then roll against your shield of faith. So let's just say again, difficulty 4, rank 5. I have to roll above 55. I roll, and I succeeded again because Spellkins is literally the embodiment of faith. So you get about 2 chances against each, which I think is okay. I mean, that's the entire point. They don't want this to actually happen. That's the big idea. They don't want you to actually get infected by sin. It's a bad thing. The immersive cleric class simulator. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's a very good way of actually pointing out what DragonRaid kind of is that everybody is a cleric. Aggressively so. And welcome to combat. Yes, combat is actually kind of interesting because you have your little battle grid that, everything's measured around very standard. And you can move 2 squares on the battle grid in any direction except diagonally. You draw a weapon, change weapon. You can attack, but only if the weapon is ready and the opponent is adjacent. So, what do you mean by combat being a little bit interesting? Well, so if you're choosing the combat option, now proceed with the attack. Always attacks first. So the light raider will always attack first. So if I as a light raider declare that I'm going to attack the orc, I'm going to attack you first. But then they immediately attack back. If I attack, they defend, then I get hit by them as well. So it's kind of that very interesting situation where being aggressive also invites people to attack you when even that may not have been what their plan was. It's like, oh, all right. Attacking each other at once. Exception to be discussed rule. Let's see. Yeah, dark creatures, dragon slays, and dragons attack second. Because for some reason, in this game about teaching the scripture, they wanted to simulate real hand-to-hand combat. If you kill your opponent, let's say there's an orc representing all the evil in the world, he goes down there, tries to chop me with his axe, I swing my blade of righteousness and I chop his fucking face off. That axe is still coming at me, and I'm going to have to roll to defend. I might get hit by it as he collapses on the ground dead. It's like, okay. Alright. Cool. So, you roll your star lot, you add the result to the roll of his weapon rating ability, you roll the Shadow Stone, let me get the Shadow Stone out here, gotta remember to get the Shadow Stone, add a result of his battle ability, you compare the two numbers. So, we'll use an example. Let's say we're going to use an enemy that has a difficulty of 2. Well, actually, let's say a difficulty of 4. Oh no. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to take my little dice here, we'll look here, I got my battle axe of 6. I am, as they say in the hood, gamer. I'm going to take this, and I rolled a 9. I rolled a 15. He's got a battle rating of 5. Let's see what he ends up on his D6. He rolled a 2. He rolled a 7. And guess what time it is, kids? It's for me to fuck up an orc. So, yeah, as a result to his Shield of Faith rating. Because yes, your Shield of Faith rating is really your only ability to defend. You may be wondering, Notepad, what about the, evade enemy or recover from injury? What about those? Evading enemy is quite literally your ability to not get into combat. It's your ability to, like, dodge around people, and not get into fighting. Because once you get into a fight, well, that's where the actual bad, scary things happen. We don't want that. You don't want to get into a fight. So, compare the two numbers. Number less than number, the creature is missed. Opponent, round 2. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. That's literally just how it all goes. You then reduce it by their physical vitality, by whatever you rolled. And ta-da! That's kind of how it works. Most of the time, it's things like this. If you get surprised, if you don't get, if you're trying to run away. Pretty standard stuff. Here's how to actually combat works. I like the fact that, fighting each other is a little bit complicated. Because you have to fight things differently. And then we have dragon slaves. Okay. In it again, there are 3 kinds of enemies you're going to encounter. There are dark creatures. These are your orcs, your trolls, your goblins. These are just overall negative creatures that want to do terrible things. These are literally Satan's minions. Bad. There are the dragons. Dragons are the aspects of sin, effectively. If you want a really cool way of saying it, they are the aspects of sin. A dragon slave is a regular person who has been enthralled by a dragon. These are normal people who have been pretty much told to reject the holy light of God and all that jazz. And, the entire idea is that you're going to be fighting dragon slaves, but you are explicitly told to not kill them. And you are actually very severely punished if you do kill them. So, let me bring up, to give you an idea of, like, how absolutely agonizing it is to lose. Let's see. If you do accidentally kill it, yeah, for deliberate killing, all 3 of your character strengths are reduced to 1. Peace, faithfulness, and self-control. All of them are reduced to 1. Which is agonizingly painful, because that affects all your other stats. Because if you lose all of those, you can potentially be kicked out of the game, because you simply are not able to go out into the Dragonlands anymore. You're unable to actually leave the safety of the church effectively. If you accidentally kill someone, then everything is reduced by 1. And it's like, oof. Oof, 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 oof. Like, this can be very painful. If you do remember the Transgression World rune, you can get away from it a little bit, but not much. This is one of the big things about it. Like, killing these really simple enemies are very dangerous to you. Because what you have to do is one of 2 things. You have to disarm them, and then you potentially might have to overpower them. Yes, the 2 things that you got to do is you have to knock their weapon away, and then they can't really attack you anymore because they're ineffective, or you have to overpower them. You literally need to wrestle them to the ground and tie them up. to teach them about the holy love of God. It's like, what? What? Like, all right, you know what? Fuck it, we're in. Like, fuck it, let's go, gamers. We're learning about that we should be peaceful. We should learn to love one another. Multiple attacks, and like multiple attacks are kind of strange. So let's say, for example, I roll a 6 and my defense rating at the end of the day comes out to be about 11. 2 people are attacking me. The first guy, let's say he's got a +1. He hits me for 9. It's above my, it's below my ability, so I get to ignore it, but I have to minus it. So it's like, okay, I had 15, for example. He hit me for 9. I'm at 4. The second one rolls the hit, and he rolls a 5. He pretty much broke my defense, and he gets the hit. So getting hit, like, having like more than 1 or 2 attackers on you, actually having more than 2 attackers on you is really fucking dangerous. You are going to get, and I do quote this nicely, fucked up. You're going to get fucked up pretty fucking fast. Yeah, and it's like, damn, like, you're going to get hurt pretty bad. And you're going to reduce your abilities quite heavily. Because if you do end up getting reduced down to 0 at all, but let's say you get hit 4 times, but the second attack reduces you to 0, the other 2 are just going to hit automatically. You're going to get hit on this auto hits. So if there's 4 people ganging up on one person, that person is fucked. That agent of evil is going to die. Distance weapons are kind of the same thing. They're like, I think one thing you have to remember about the combat here is that it kind of just works, TM. Not much else. It just works. Yeah, like it's... Yeah, very, very simple. Lost PV points. Once taken, endurance check at difficulty level 3 to travel. 10 to 6 at level 8 to travel. Yeah, if you hit 0, you fucking die. However, God loves you. And there's also the advanced combat system, in which you can do normal attacks, half swings, or critical swings. All of them are slightly different. Because yes, there's an entire different section for an advanced combat system, which handles things like critical hits. And, here's the critical hit chart if you really want to do it. Like, if you roll a critical chest hit, there's a 4% chance that you will instantly kill somebody. It's like, all right. Then, cool. All right, neato burrito. Let's just fucking gat a bitch. Oh, you get a neck hit? Oh, 9 and 10. Spinal cord is severed. Roll Starlock to find a percentage paralyzed. Reach 20%, roll 1 limb is paralyzed. 43 means 75 means 3. More than 90% is rolled, then death occurs. Next, roll a shadow stone to see which limbs are affected. Yes, there is a literal system in this game about what happens when you get hit in your spinal cord. This is a game about teaching you the fucking scripture. You understand why I thought this game was why this game is very fascinating. Because it's still definitively 80s. But it's also not. Now, fighting dragons are another very interesting one. Because one of the big things is they can attack you in one of 4 ways. Actually, technically one of 5 ways. So, they can attempt to do mind speech, they can just blow fire at you, they can blow smoke, use their breath weapon, or just beat the shit out of you. And dragons are the big bad. They are the scary nightmare monsters that want to destroy reality and serve Satan. Your effective ability that they're trying to influence you using psychic attacks is to say, Lamau, no. So, if they might say, hey, abandon your friends, they're weak, you don't need them, you have to literally use scripture thought to refute it. If you refute it, you're going to deal damage to them. You're going to deal damage to their pride factor. And Yeah, it's like, damn. And it's like, all right, like you can have pretty low attributes possibly. You can get fucked up pretty hard if a dragon really knows what you're weak with. And he wants to manipulate that. It's like, this is kind of an interesting little idea. And if you fail, well, that's not very good. Or you can just, hey, let's just throw fire at you, you know. That's cool too. Shield effect must equal or greater than the fire attack ability to avoid damage. Fire suffers damage of one roll of the Shadow Stone for each point of difference. So, let's say, for example, he has a breath weapon of 4, and I have a breath weapon, and my Shield of Faith, if we go up here, Shield of Faith is 5. I'm not going to take any damage from it. I'm like, Shield of Faith, look at me, I'm super cool, I'm fucking Beowulf. But if he has a 6, I'm going to be like, oh shit, my Shield of Faith, he brings it out, I'm like, I'm being scorched by burning cold, and I'm going to take 4 damage. If you have a Shield of Faith to say 2, and he has a 6, you can take a 48 damage, which is quite a bit. It's like, alright. Families, each breath weapon depends on the individual dragon. Character strength, you gotta target it, you're gonna be making checks and try to avoid it. Physical attacks is that he just goes to attack you. He just beats the shit out of you. And this is actually the only way to physically attack a dragon. Because you can't actually just, go around to try to, fight a dragon. No. You gotta defeat its pride. And when it goes into a physical attack, when it goes into slash you, that's when you're able to respond to it. So if you've weakened the dragon to enough where it's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face, I think I can do it. You can be like, no, slash, and slash it away. Because remember that, the reaction attack applies to you as well. And everything uses your Shield of Faith. It's a very interesting system, very interesting set of ideas and concepts, all playing together to kind of work. I say kind of work. Here's how you read the runes, and 1 to 19 words, DL10. What's a DL10? Tell me the DL10 runes. DL1. Let's try to find a DL10. There are no difficulty level 10 scriptures. What's the most complicated scripture that, let's see, we have DL3 here, do we have DL4? No, do we have DL5? Nope, we have to do DL3. So, High Bridge. John 5:24, I tell you the truth, whoever hears my words and believes him who sent me has eternal life and will not be condemned. He has crossed from death to life. John 5:24, the raid team can say the High Bridge team ruin in memory will cause a bridge to appear over a canyon or chasm, which will last until the last light raider crosses the bridge. Yep, let's use the power of love to cross the bridge. It's great. Literally everybody has to start saying these, the humble shelter. This game is ridiculous enough where you can get behind it. And you look at it, you're like, what? Yeah, it's quoted directly from memory gains maturity units. And is the number a light raider may memorize is unlimited. Different word rooms call for different character strength ratings. Must have a rating as specific at least or as high. Yeah, because one of the big things is, this is actually how you're going to level up. You're going to have to spend your maturity units. You get maturity units by simply doing things, as well as reciting your word runes. And the more you recite them, the more maturity points, the better you're going to get. However, if you do get 20 points, you can raise a stat by 1 and then recalculate all your attributes. This does not discriminate, however. So if I get 20 points, I could raise my peace to 10, just as much as I can raise my kindness to 2. Now, remember when I said earlier about, when if you kill a dragon slave even by accident, you're going to be losing points? If you kill a dragon slave by accident, you're effectively losing 60 maturity. if you deliberately kill a dragon slave, you might be losing literally hundreds. You might be losing maybe maybe up to 200-ish maturity units. The game does not fuck around. And it's like, damn. Damn. But yeah, you're mostly gaining these pretty consistently by being nice and being a good person. Yeah. But you're gonna lose them pretty actively as well. If you take spiritual damage, you're gonna lose some. If you kind of act like a dick, you're gonna lose some. I wonder if I can find the cheating one. Let me see. Where's the cheating one? Oh, yeah. This is it. If you ever want another loss of maturity units, they give you an example here in the game manual of how to properly do some things. Let's see. Argue among themselves, does not participate, wants to leave, dominates the game. Overuse spiritual problem. When a player cheats. So these are also other things. And they're good. And the thing is, like, handling game problems, they're actually going, I will say this right now. They do give you quite a few different things about it. Or it's like, and they talk about it sometimes, being like, trying to, like, why is a player frustrated if they want to leave? If, like, are they leaving because they want to, because they just don't want to play anymore? Or is it like, are they frustrated with something? Or if it's like, are they just kind of getting angry at something, or they just don't like playing the game? That's fine. Yeah, if the player's being childish or sulky, the group will probably be better off without him, and he should be allowed to leave with little fuss as possible. You or someone else may want to deal with this behavior outside of the game setting. If you've tried every possible means of helping the discouraged player and he still wants to get out of the game, you can arrange to have his player captured or killed to avoid embarrassing him. Of course, if he wishes, he can just leave the game. When a player dominates the game. Yeah, it's this one. It's weird. It's weird because they talk about things in a DL10 secret meanings of the Talmud. When the Jew version of the game coming out. Yeah, that ain't happening. Well, I mean, there is that one Jewish game. Yeah, it's like, oh, we're arguing with each other, we're arguing with the game manual, and it's like, yeah, like, it's weird, because here's the thing. Here's the weird thing. Everything's approached them being like, you're an adult running this game for a bunch of kids. And it's kind of treating you as like you're an adult playing with a bunch of kids trying to learn it, rather than you're a bunch of adults talking with each other. And it's like one of the big thing here is this. And I'm going to talk about this right now. If you're playing with younger kids, let them have a little bit more freedom than you would normally think, but also kind of keep them on the track as much as you can, and like talk with them. Kids are a lot smarter than you think they are. And if I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling like I'm doing really well, I'm being like, well, that's random chance. And help them out with something if they don't understand. If they're kind of getting frustrated with the word ruins or something like that, help them out. Kind of give them a little bit like, hey, let's memorize them. Let's learn. Yeah, this is here to help you. You're not weaker. You're simply learning. Learning is good. Prevent overuse. This is the section of saying like you can't ask God to fix all your problems. And this is the cheating section. So if a player cheats, you should hand out penalties using the form of reduction maturity units to a certain character. The reduction maturity units to a certain character strength. Depending on the offense, it may subtract 1 to 20 units as penalty. If you do not think it is suitable to address the person before the others, you can simply make it less embarrassing by naming the person's character. For example, Girth did not behave in an acceptable way, so his self-control is reduced by 5 maturity units. Do punish unrighteous behavior. Never let it slide by. I love it. I love it to death. This game, yeah, lose small mill figures. And here's all the internet resources if you want to learn more about how to play DragonRaid. But yeah, this game is... How do I want to word this? This is a fascinating ability. This is a fascinating game for a lot of different reasons. And it's a fascinating game for a lot of different reasons, not necessarily because it's like, oh wow, look at this, how cool and innovative it is, because it's a certain game in a certain place for a certain reason. And yeah, like here's all the pride factors. Because yeah, these go pretty fucking high as well. However, is DragonRaid good? Is DragonRaid a good game for the whole family to play? Well, the big thing about DragonRaid, at the end of the day, it's a game about teaching kids about scripture. And they do that relatively effectively. It's rote memorization, however. They want you to memorize it, and you're going to continue memorizing it. You have a carrot and stick phenomenon to work with. I want to do this. Cool. Then you need to remember how to say your fucking scriptures. As a game by itself, is DragonRaid good? I don't think so. I don't think DragonRaid's very good in that. And the factor of a game, I don't think it's actually very good simply because it's kind of dated at this point. It's very much a, wow, look at this cool thing from the 80s. Kind of look at it if you're interested, or like, let's learn about this. But like, if you really apply it to like game one, if you compare it to games, it is the weird Christian version of old school D&D, but not as interesting. Hell, so it's not a complicated game, but it's also not a very interesting game either. It's just kind of there. I would say, I'm going to upload all the documentation for DragonRaid because I find DragonRaid fascinating. And I want more people to learn about DragonRaid because I want to keep this kind of in the memory of people as a thing that occurred, as a thing that happened. Because this is the kind of thing that's going to disappear one day. That one day we're going to look out and the DragonRaid wiki is going to be down. The DragonRaid website's going to be down. Light Raider Academy is going to be gone. That's going to happen one day. And then this game is going to go poof, gone. As if it never even existed. And that's kind of sad in its own way, if you think about it. But yeah, this is DragonRaid. A game that definitely exists. That is a D10, D8 comparison RPG about fighting the enemies of God. As a Light Raider. Interesting game. Odd game. But the next game we're going to be going over here, and I thought about this one quite a bit. What I wanted to do kind of as the next game, but we're going to go over one game that one person in my Discord was very adamant about. He very much wanted me to go over repeatedly. This is Chi-Chian. 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 Chi-Chi-Chi. Choo-choo-choo-choo. Choo-choo train. This is Chi-Chian. What is this thing? What the fuck am I looking at here, Notepad? This is a role-playing game about the world of Chi-Chian. And you're probably looking at me like, what the fuck are you on about? Well, back in 1989, a guy named Voltaire, which we're going to go over in a bit, because without understanding Voltaire, Chi-Chian makes no sense. He came up with this character, and he drew her. He's become obsessed with her since then. This is his, effectively, schizotopa girlfriend. He wrote down all this information, he sat down, made all these things, and eventually he would draw an entire comic book based on it. based on her, effectively, and her world and everything that she had done. And then he got a Sci-Fi Channel green light for his for a next ad motion. So he got a small budget, and he did a stop motion. Chi-Chian was brought to life, and it was 10 seconds. Fun. Yeah, she made her debut on television. Yes, Chi-Chian was on television, which eventually would eventually come out as a 6-issue comic book miniseries, and then it would be at how do I want to do it? Then he got an okay from Sci-Fi Channel to actually make a web series based on it, which was the full web series. And luckily, my people from my server actually compiled the entire. This game is the main stuff. Not really. Trust me, we're not. He got the okay to make this web series, and people from my server actually compiled the entire series. It is on Flash if need be. Gonna probably link everything together. Big thanks to Luca the Librarian and Ironside. They were very fundamental in this. And getting pretty much all of these together, because they were the old Flash stuff. You do need to download a Flash player for it. However, understand that. But this is the world. This is what we're working with here. Now, who actually published this game? Who actually wrote this game? As you can see, Voltaire is the main guy. However, it's written by Chris Adams, David Fuden, and published by Atherco. Ugh, odd to say. Now, Atherco is probably best known for a game you've probably never heard about. Let me see if I can't bring up how to fucking spell it properly. Atherco. There we go. You probably never heard of these guys. However, they're the ones who wrote Continuum, Role-Playing in the Yet, which was a time travel game that doesn't work. People have talked about Continuum for a while. It'll probably be on the next meme games, because this is a game that does not work. It is a fundamentally broken game. Oh my god, there's an axe in my head, or narcissist crash free. But yes, Chi-Chian, the role-playing game in Gothic 31st Century, comes freakishly alive. So right here, here's the official website. Yes, it is blindingly yellow, and yes, my retinas are burning. You are welcome. You can buy it if you want. Freaks arise. Ooh. Yep, here's Chi-Chian, the role-playing game. For $30, you can buy the official role-playing game in paperback, but it's like, cool. All right. Neato Burrito. These are the main guys who did it. The main writer, let me bring up his fucking name again so I don't forget it. Oop. Chris Adams. Let's see. Chris Adams, TTRPG, not Chris Avila. Which, if you kind of look at here, he's done a few different things. Like, all I could really find about him was outside of the kind of guy who writes these kind of games. Hello, Chris Adams, you fucking nut job. But he also did a lot of things like At Your Door, The Blood Brothers, Harp Light, Harp Adventure, role-playing, further information for Continuum. And he does have credits for writing Chi-Chian, as you hear. But yeah, this is the main guy behind everything. He is a weird eccentric. That's just who this dude is. He's a weird eccentric man who does weird eccentric shit. Like, let's do David Fuden. David Fuden, TTRPG. Let me see if I can actually fucking spell that. Fuden. Yeah, David Fuden. Chi-Chian, Continuum. Same idea, same kind of guy, same company. But now we need to go over Voltaire. Not this not Voltaire, no. Not the philosopher. Voltaire, musician. This is Voltaire. As you can see, very handsome man, very, very dapper gentleman, fucking nuts. Very weird guy. Because I'm going to tell you a secret about Voltaire. Voltaire is, I gotta get this right, is an artiste. And what I mean by he's an artiste, he's a man who has done everything under the sun relating to being an artistic person. You may be wondering, no, Pat, he looks really young. Well, there's a reason for that, because he's been doing shit forever. So what he really kind of got started with was stop motion stuff. And Super 8 making at 17, he left home and moved to Manhattan, where he's hired by various production companies to work on stop motion animation on national TV commercials. By 19, he was directing them. Here's all the stuff he's worked on in some various degrees. And just to kind of give you an idea, I'm going to bring this up. Ignore all this. Bring this up. I'm going to kill the music real fast just so we can all listen to it. If we click here, let's increase the... No, I don't want to look at that anymore. Increase the music here a little bit. We got to increase the music here a little bit. That's what Voltaire did. That's what Voltaire is. Voltaire is an artist. He is a man who does art. Okay, let's see. What is HARP? Never heard of it. Honestly, I looked a little bit into it. Couldn't really find jack shit on it. 90s, what is this web design? Musician immortality. Harpers, you think they aren't coming to the shore by trades and luggage wheels? It is. This was a 2000s ad. That's the best part. But yeah, this is what he does. This is the big thing that he has done, is that he was a stop motion animator. This is the things that he did, and he did a lot of work for various things, where he did things for Cartoon Network, he did things for, Crunch Fitness, Nickelodeon, USA Network, Sci-Fi Channel, quite a few sci-fi different things, even MTV. That's where he got his start, is being that. But don't you forget, he also has done movies. He's also done various movies, various little shows, music videos. Here's his short film series, which is just things that he just feels like doing. Here's all the awards he won for best animated films. He's won a bunch of awards for it. Oh yeah, here's all the here's his entire toy gallery of stuff that he's made and just likes to tell people about that he's designed. Oh, you want all his music? Here's all his fucking albums that he's made. And mind you, some of these are all independent albums that he's just made and performs, and he's still performing today. He's literally the big news. If you look at the news, is that he has a 2020 tour. Let's see, 16. He's in Knoxville, Tennessee right now, doing a tour. Next week, he'll be in Williamsburg. If I really want to, next week, I can go to Williamsburg, Virginia. I can catch a plane, go to Williamsburg, and see Voltaire in tour. That's just a thing that occurs. That's just a thing that can occur right now. He's just this weird, eclectic, weird dude. It's kind of hard to even, talk about it. And I've listened to some of his music. So what we can do is, while we're here, his music slaps. It does. Yeah. I think Ironside said it pretty well. Even if you don't know him, you've listened to some of his music. You've heard some of the shit he's done. He's got his hands in so many things at this point that he's just done everything. He is a true, honest-to-God auteur. He's an artist. He's someone who does everything under the sun because that's what this guy operates as. And Chi-Chian is his girl. That is the one. That's the person he loves. He loves Chi-Chian. And he's always loved Chi-Chian. And I've always found that very fascinating. You look here, books. Here's the original Chi-Chian comic collection. Unfortunately, I can't open any of these because they're all like, they literally link to a completely different website that doesn't work. The original web series, which, mind you, we're Flash playing, the role-playing game, the official Hot Wheels cars. Yeah, the official, you want to have the official Hot Wheels cars? That he made himself, mind you, because he just felt like it. But yeah, that's the girl herself, that's Chi-Chian. This is literally a guy's schizo delusion that he fell in love with, and it's his nightmare tulpa monster. And he did all of this himself, effectively. Because he felt like it. Yeah, he's become a quintessential archetype. To a degree. Like, 1998 premier Japanese model company, rare Chi-Chian cold cast porcelain statue, sculpted by Shigeru Yamazaki. Yeah, there's an official statue in place because he loves the Japanese. That's a big thing. He is in love with the Japanese. But yeah, now we kind of understand who the fuck Voltaire is and kind of like how this guy operates. Chi-Chian is an odd duck. I'm going to give my best events of the story real quick, of the lore. Because if you get if I can recommend Chi-Chian in any remote capacity, it's going to be that this is a fucking setting Bible for this world he created, for the show, for the original comic book. This is a treasure trove of random fucking information. If you want to learn about anything related to it, it's going to be here. So, let's see if I can find like a good place to kind of sit on to give you all a good idea about what the fuck's going on. Where's a good? There's more, by the way. Let me see. Where's the one image that I adore? I think this is a pretty good one right here. I think this summarizes the Chi-Chian experience pretty accurately. Actually, no, that's a terrible one. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This summarizes the Chi-Chian experience pretty accurately. So, I'm going to try to do my best to give you all the most, like, basic understanding. Of the most basic understanding of what it is. So, it is the 31st century. Everything has gone to shit, roughly. But, however, the U.S. has completely dissolved into infighting. It's a horrible situation. And effectively, Manhattan is sold to the Japanese. Yes, the entirety of Manhattan is sold to the Japanese, which they take over and effectively colonize. They give it to the Mitsui family to run. However, things have gone from bad to worse under genius super science. Yeah, under genius super sciences, you have a lot of weird shit going on. Most notably, the fact that, well, this guy's a fucking weirdo. Because over time, he has developed various methods for more like mind bio-machine technology. Over time, that's just become kind of the norm. And one of the big things is only women can actually access technology. Everything is linked to your mind. Men are physically impossible to link to any kind of machine. Thus, we enter kind of some odd, strange situations. It's hard to explain the entirety of Chi-Chian lore. Because when I say this is a summary of everything, this is a complete summary of the entire world. And I read it all, and I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? Because one of the big things is that in Chi-Chian, there are biosuits, there are robots, there are mechs, there are problems, and one of the big things is that in the city of Manhattan, it's about purity. That's the big thing, is that and Chi-Chian's sad because she's only half Japanese. Her dad is Japanese and this brilliant scientist who's also insane and loved bug people. There's also giant talking bugs underneath everything, but that's kind of a side note, but also not a side note at the same time. She controls her exosuit, which is a talking exosuit, by using her mind, which is automatic, like literally can do whatever she wants to do at any time with absolutely zero problem. And technically all the trains are worm trains. And they're just giant fucking worms that her dad developed out for an evening jump because that's what she does. There's also a giant god machine called the Destroyer that her dad built to eradicate mankind for the bug people, but her half-sister literally flew up there after she joined forces with pretty much skinhead super cults. And tore out its heart, which is comprised of chi. Mind you, this guy's Cuban. He's Cuban American, by the way. I want you to just remember. Do they now use food narrator? No, there's still guys and gals. There's still guys and gals. However, that is a thing technically, which is just cloning. Cloning is very popular. It's one of those things where you look at it, you're like, what the fuck did I just read? Or even down to the fact, like, technically there are no guns. That's one of the big things. There are no guns. Because when you literally use biosuits that respond to your mind, it's like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess. So what happened was that the sentient cockroaches found the STL files of fucking Tommy guns, and that's a plot point. That's a literal plot point, is that the cockroach people have developed firearms again, because who needs firearms anymore when I have a biosuit that can do everything I can think of whenever I want to at any point. It's like, what the no more Mr. Nice Girl. Yep, there's Chi-Chian going ham on people. Robots require Lubex for everything because that's how robots work, but they're also completely sentient and completely AI driven at all times. And here's Jaster. To give you an idea, this is Jaster, my boy. He's a robot. He suffers. This man lives. But yeah, this is a taxi mech, by the way. These are multi-story giant taxi people that you can just climb in and they'll take you to different floors of Manhattan. Because if you want to go up a floor, the big thing is if you want to go up a floor, what you have to do is you have to make sure your K-Seg memories are correct. Because if you're feeling negative thoughts, they will not let you through. If you are feeling overly positive, like if you go in there being like, I want to murder someone, that's not going to happen. If you're a guy and say like, oh, I want to do some I want to talk to my girlfriend because I find her very attractive, it's not going to let you through because it thinks you're probably going to hurt someone. Yeah, it's also a matriarchy. Remember this. This is a matriarchy. Just one man. Wait, fantasy, and I love it. Yeah, it's the more I read Chi-Chian, the more I was like, this is a man's schizophrenic nightmare. But yeah, that's Chi-Chian, one of Chi-Chian's two of her best, actually three of her best friends, who is a doctor trapped inside a robot bear, a literal proto-worm train named X, and a giant talking cockroach who likes to waltz, named Sebastian, and that's like one of her best friends. And it's like, what the? You looked at it. It looks so strange, and just bizarre enough that it kind of works. And yeah, it's like, oh, like this is an entire. Like, it's yeah, like oh, you like there's the bad guy group, which are the Batan Bihar, which are literally skinheads. They are scary skinheads that are like, fuck women, fuck all this shit. I hate all of it. We're gonna burn down society by making sure everyone becomes caterpillar brainworms. Also, this is the big saying, not life's a bitch and then you die, it's wife's a bitch and then you die. Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Destroyer that nearly wiped out the Tsar. Nope. Surely a story about giant insects in New York. Vince Comm about local heroine who's responsible for saving New York from recent disasters. Gone unrecognized for her effort. What's the truth behind her? Yeah, welcome to New York. Yeah, welcome to New York City, bitch. Yeah, like, and there's this, mind you, there's a side lore, they just don't talk about it at all. Such as this. Yeah, seed from the Republic of America, proclaimed itself independent. One of the founding cities of the new nation Empire. Empire was made up of 4 cities of New York, London, Paris, and Munich. Outrage was expressed by the European Federation to begin the mobilizing troops at once. Without much warning, sheets were invaded by impossible hell, a nightmare worthy of Bosch painted crab-like saucers screened overhead. The other half had shock burned with emergency. 2 invasions began over the bridges of tunnels against a wave of ROA tentacle units. Large lumbering killing machines designed to seek out and destroy human life. The dream of empire by New York was left in the midst of protracted guerrilla war with extermination likely result. And then Japanese, yeah. Peace was negotiated quickly, and the island of Manhattan was being sold for $27. Yeah. Literally, excessive destruction of Japanese probably would lead to direct intervention. Yes. The Japanese bought Manhattan for $27. That's literally the plot. And yeah, also everyone has this exosuits. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, okay, so we're all on the same page, right? The worm wants to bang her. The worm wants to bang her. No. See, the problem is, Draco, is I cannot confirm or deny this. Because I want you to remember this. Everybody wants to bang Chi-Chian. Everybody wants to. She is the quintessential perfect person. Because one of the interesting little notes about the setting is that by sheer technicality, your righteous, how good you are is actually directly represented in how much money and how much power you actually hold. If you are a good person, you are a rich person. If you are a poor person, you are a bad person. If you are a good woman, you are naturally at a higher class of society than if you are even men can never compare to a woman. Women. You end up with it's like, what is the schizo fantasy? And God, this isn't even going into like the Japanese stuff. You're full like the absolute quintessential human being of the Chi-Chianian society. The quintessential person is a high class woman, is a high class, full blooded Japanese woman. That is the absolute peak of society. Because again, you got to remember this: all technology is based off your ability to actually manipulate it. You got to remember that. Only women can manipulate technology. You can't go up to a computer and tap a few things and then you're there. No, no, no. You have to use your mind. And men cannot use that. I want you to picture a society where you are completely unable to do things unless a woman is nearby to do it for you. Wasn't this tech made by a man? This tech was kind of made by everybody. He was the one who invented a lot of the weirder shit, like the biosuits and shit like that. That's what he made. And also a giant robot powered by souls. We don't talk about that part. And bugmen. Don't forget about the bugmen. Sounds like we need to keep psionic gore slave. Yeah, no, unfortunately, this is... It's funny you mention that, little heel boy. Chi-Chian is effectively reverse gore. Every single thing about gore, you can flip on its head, and it's this... gore, people want you to, keep things together. In gore, they don't want you to advance. Chi-Chian, they're always saying advance further. Go further, go further, go further. And we're going to keep going. But the weird part is that we've stagnated a little bit. Instead of we're keeping you down, but you want to innovate, it's you literally have everything. And there's 50% of the population that is completely unable to use any of the technology that's being invented. It's just like, oh, it's kind of this, Mediterranean, and permanent antiquity. This is the super future. It's fucking weird. It's the gothic future. So yeah, I think that's the best way to summarize Chi-Chian is reverse gore. Also, men are second-class citizens. Like, by default. So, the big things is, you have a very, very standard set of attributes: metal, brains, health, guile, virtue, charm, tech, and willpower. One thing to note about all of these is that you're going to be rolling all of them. All of these are kind of important in their own right. And one is, very bad. Jaster here is technically a robot. Because I thought that would be funny. And I deliberately went out of my way to tank my status. You begin the game effectively with 120 chi points. That's quite a few. You get 120 chi points, and that's when you're going to buy things. Your stats, your capabilities, your status, and your money. All of that's chi points. And you're like, all right, cool. Raising stats, capabilities, must get sensei approval, because that's what they call the GM is the sensei. Points teacher can be spent to roll. Mind you, points from the chi pool can also be spent to affect the outcome of die rolls. It's like, all right, our basic ratings, which, yeah, all of these are exactly the way you think about it. Technically, as Jaster here has 0 spiritual balance, because he's a fucking robot. Attack, willpower. So, the one thing about it is, as you can kind of see here, from 0, we're going to do that real fast. Pretty much it costs whatever it is to go up by 1. So if you want to go from 1 to 2, it costs 2, 2 to 3, it's going to cost 3, 3 to 4, 4, 5, 4 to 5, 15, 5. So, as you can see here, it actually gets quite expensive to increase your stats at a certain point. Hence why my stats seem very low. These are very average stats. In fact, the only two that are pretty high are brains and guile for the very certain kind of character I ended up going for. And even this, 120 points seems like a lot. It is not. So I'm like, okay, cool. I need to get some. This is where things get bad. 31st century Minitsu own Manhattan status, race, and gender, the most important factor in putting your place in society. Thanks to the XY relax generators, females now have the ability to control powerful organic technology. All female characters have the capability to control XY relax technology at level 1. Begins the game as a human male Taino dwelling in the Gamma Plane at -1 status. By default, if you spend absolutely nothing, you'll have -1 status. Because this is important. There's no necessarily, like, direct thing about it. However, it's there. GM is the sensei. That's fucking beautiful. Yeah, it's very odd. Now, you can do things like, oh, here's subterfuge of, like, you can hide a lower class status or higher class status. But we're going to make things as simple as possible. And I went with Jaster to try to make the most complicated character possible. So, for example, the two genders, female and other. Also, in case you're wondering, no, the game does not address that in the slightest, and we're not going to talk about it. But yeah, as a female, you have to spend 6 effectively experience points. You can go up to level 3 in a stat. However, you have the ability to actually exist in society. Being Japanese, non-Japanese race, Taino are like pretty much just the prolish masses. Like, they're just the most basic version of people. Or like, hey, you want to be a freak? You want to be an albino? You want to be an insect? A robot? Which, here's the thing. When it says like, oh, robot -2 chi, they're lying to you. To be a robot, you need 18 chi. And they do not tell you this, though. Insect, I think, is about 20 chi. Because you got to buy all the benefits for it. So that's what they don't tell you about it. So when they tell you, oh, -2 chi, it's lying to you. Oh, all the freaks. If you want to be a dwarf, you can. You're gonna get 4 chi back. Amazing, right? No, it's nothing. Like, you get nothing out of it. Oh, you're a noble household, your reputation, the absolute, like, highest you physically can. Let's do the absolute highest status wise would be a female, would be a Japanese female. So Japanese female, so we're already at 12 chi. So we're going to be a Japanese female from the alpha plane. From alpha, we're going to be literally an alpha Japanese female. Unfortunately, you cannot be from sigma plane and be a sigma male. That is not a factor in life. An alpha Japanese female, and you are a Mitsu executive, so that would be at 21. And then it would be you're from a noble house, so it'd be a noble Japanese female executive, and now we're at 27 chi. And we have a legendary reputation to be a legendary alpha noble Japanese female executive at 30 chi. And of course, we're beautiful. So we're a legendary alpha noble, beautiful beautiful Japanese female executive at 34 chi. And that means we have 2, 4, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17. We have 17 status. We are beloved by literally everybody by being objectively the best person available. Where's the Giga Male? Real Giga Males live on Delta Plane, or if you really want to be a real hero, you're an outsider from New Jersey. Jaster, on the other hand, Jaster, I deliberately went out of my way to create the most goblinoid individual I could. As you can tell, he's -11 status. He is a hideous but good robot pariah from the Delta Plane. That's just who he is. He's this awful robot goblin. Now, to give you a better idea, Chi-Chian has 12 status. She is 30, and she spent 31 chi to do it. Yeah, having an important job doesn't mean you're any good at it. Many execs have some hapless daughter of privilege who wouldn't know how to rub 2 yen together for job skills, a capability, profession, scientist, technician, or tradeswoman. Yeah. To give you an idea, if you live in the Delta plane, your average income is going to be from fuck all to 15,000 yen. And the rough conversion, let's say 15,000 yen to USD, even right now. Yeah, so 15,000 yen to USD, and let's say this takes place in 2000. Yeah, we're looking at, you're looking at about $105 a year. That's how much money you make. Yeah, no, well, someone else could possibly be making about $12 million. 12 million yen a year. You're making $108. Have fun, fuck boy. Yep, here's Chi-Chian and her friends, her many friends. Yeah, so your capabilities are technically like your super special stats, and they add on to things. So, for example, Jaster here, since he's got Scrounge 3, he's Scrounger 3, he gets to add 3 to any time he's trying to, like, find something. So, for example, if I'm making a tech Scrounge check, technically I would have a 6 instead of a 3. That's how that kind of works. But if I'm trying, I'm trying to be a con artist, I might be able to apply con artist 2 to whatever I'm trying to use, like Guile. So I'd be having a 6. What affects being a very low status person here? As a low status, like mechanically speaking, they encourage you to use your status as a bonus or penalty to rolls by virtue of being in the right position and the right time. People of high status care more about status. So if you're talking to somebody and you have an incredibly low status, they're probably not going to like you as much. Non-mechanically speaking, it's how much of a fucking human being you are. If you have an incredibly low status, people are not going to like you. You are a goblinoid. For context's sake, Jaster here, being a hideous robot creature, he would literally be a goblin bot. He is this he's this short, stout, little fucking nightmare creature that goes around and makes and finds shit for people. He is ugly, he is hideous, and people do not like looking at him. People do not like being around him. At negative 11 status, which is damn near the lowest you can get, you are barely like considered to be alive, and people would rather you not be. Like that is how bad things can get. Like status is a very important part of the game. Here's how all the capabilities, because technically a lot of capabilities can do very different things. And it's like, yeah, cool. It's like, oh, it's a prototype, or it's, oh, I was trained myself to do this, or these are implants. Like, cool. Like, and there's quite a few of these different ones, and you can spend them individually, and all of them do things slightly differently. It's like neat. I spent mine on quite a few different things. You can kind of see here. Jaster's a lot stronger. He can speak Japanese. He speaks English and Japanese. He's a con artist. He's a scrounger. He has a little bit of armor on top of everything. He's a very strong person. That's what I want to do. But there's quite a few of these. In fact, quite a few. And if you want to really take some time and delve into this, you can do some weird shit with it if you really want. I didn't really see anything that was like really funky. But there was... It's like you got also things like, yeah, here's invisibility, or oh, I can leaping skill, or you get little free rerolls. Most are pretty standard, but you also get quite a few different ones which are like, hey, I can morph my body into different things, or hey, I can fire small projectiles at high velocity. cool. I can literally, it's a superhero game possibly at some points if you really want to look at it like that. And it's, yeah, and also don't forget, Sexpert is a, yeah, that's what you want. You can do it. Venom, you know, your style, clothes make the woman, telekinesis, different webbings. Then we have money. Money. How much money you have is actually determined by how much chi you're willing to spend. However, it works as a crazy person would think money works. So let's say you have, let's say you got 13 different points left over at the end. Like, cool. What you can do is you can spend it on a multiplier, and then 1 chi is worth 1. So let's say I only have 4 left, I can get 4 yen, which is bad. However, if I say have 9, I can spend 5 to bump it up to 100, and then spend it to get 400 yen. However, if I have 14, I can spend 10 and get 4,000 yen. If I have 19, I can get 100. I can get 400,000 yen. If I have 24, 4 million yen. So this is effectively how you are getting your money. You have to spend it on the multiplier, and then you can spend it raw. It's 99% of the time better to spend it on the multiplier than anything else. Even if you have like 1, like the cost is just infinitely better at the end of the day. Don't forget, we have lifestyle costs. You know, oh, here's how to live in, live in various conditions. Oh, you want to live comfortably? It's going to cost you 4,000 a month. And you want to live a comfortable life in the beta plane? It's going to cost you about $8 grand a month. Or hey, you want to live in the gamma plane? Live an average life. It's going to cost you about 2,500. Basic exo and other items necessary for your character's survival. And then your tragic flaw. You have to have at least 2 tragic flaws. And these linger with you. They are problems. You don't get any problems. They're just issues that you have to deal with. Most of them are actually going to be already tied to your character in some way. Jaster here, as you can say, technically his tragic flaws is that he's a low-class robot and he's a finder of lost and broken things. Pretty much, Jaster doesn't like being around people, and he is trying to find things that maybe he's a low-class robot. We have our little finish up. If you have a particularly original or evocative character, you may be able to get free chi. Cool. And this is what a standard character might look like. As you can kind of see, here's Yukio Nakayama. Problem child. She's a female Japanese alpha flame, influential family, very pretty. She's a spoiled brat, troublemaker. She's arrogant. Miss the Boys, season 3. All her various different abilities, all her different notes. As you can tell, she has a shit ton more money than me. yeah, no, I'm a little bit poor in that regard. So this is what I mean by you need a lot more than what it actually is saying. Is base cost to play a robot PC is technically 18 chi. Because you have to buy these as their own separate things. Like, oh, technically if you want to play a cockroach, it's 68 chi. Because you gotta buy the adhesion ability, you gotta buy the enhanced limbs, you gotta buy the gang, you gotta buy invulnerability, all the professions, or you gotta buy all the catacombs knowledge, you gotta all the gliding stuff. You gotta buy those individually. It's gonna cost you about 68. It's like, cool. And then here's all the gear. Yeah, gear, woo. All the gear you could ever want. You want to buy a taxi? If you really want to buy a taxi, it's going to cost you 850,000. and go for it. And here's all the basic, basic exos, protective armor with built-in oxygen generators, which are very important. All the various different kinds of exos, which are prohibitively expensive if you're poor. Because remember, being poor is a sin. Remember that. Oh, you want to do different options. It's a hover unit. You can have enhanced flight. You have a case egg buffer. Here's some weapons in it. Here's some fire resistance. You want to be a chameleon in it. Right. I can fix her, Chester. Yeah, it's everything you pretty much ever need in it. And don't you forget it, everybody. It's another difficulty chart. Oh boy. So this is another 2d10 game. We're going to take our 2d10 and we're going to add the results. If the roll is higher, equal to, or greater than the difficulty rating, and then you have rolled a success. If it's below, you fucking fail. So, this chart isn't actually here to tell you anything. This means nothing. This is where things get a little bit weird. I don't know why it's here, but it just is. So, for example, let's say I need to make let's say I have a difficulty rating of 5, and I have actually we'll use Jaster for example. Difficulty rating 5, and I have a check, and let's say together I end up with a score of 5 for my brains. All I need to do is, with my 2d10 roll, and I rolled a 6 and a 1, I rolled a 7. I have a success. I've done something. I've succeeded in it. You may be wondering, Notepad, what about your attributes? Oh my good friend, this is where things get really stupid. This is where things get really dumb. So, re-rolling doubles when both land the same number, you have rolled doubles. You'll note the results and then roll again, add in total both rolls. So dubs, you pretty much have exploding dice. If you roll 2 3s, for example, it's like, cool, I rolled a 6, you roll again. It's like, cool, I rolled a 2 and a 1. I got 6, 7, 8, 9. I rolled a 9. If you're a higher difficulty above the difficulty of the action, you re-roll the dice, accepting whichever results you like best. So, for example, if I have an attribute of 5, and the difficulty is 4, I can roll, like, oh no, I rolled a 3. Take the dice, re-roll. Cool, I rolled a 12. That's how it works. Pretty simple. Or you can spend chi points. Every chi, you get to re-roll it. Cool. However, this is where things get really stupid. For every rating level of your ability below the difficulty of the action, you subtract 1 success achieved from that total. You have failures remarkable and possibly injurious. I don't even know if that's a word. So, let's use our let's say a difficulty rating 5 with our brains of 4. We're 1 low. Okay. We need to beat 5. I got my 2d10. I need to beat 5, but I only have a 4, so this is really bad. I'm going to take 1 success away. I rolled a 19. Yeah, I rolled a 19. That's really good, actually. I rolled a 10 and a 9. So if I look down at 19, I've rolled this. I look at my 5. We go all the way down here. I rolled technically 3 successes. I take 1 away. I only rolled 2 successes. I'm still successful. Yeah, I don't know. This is bafflingly strange. This is a bafflingly strange system, and I don't know if I hate it or not. It's one of those things I look at it, I'm like, okie dokie then. All right, you know what? Fine, fuck it, cool. It's a little bit weird, but I'm not going to say it works. Oh no, everybody, look at the boobies. Oh no, there's boobies. Everyone, panic. And like, here's all the things, like, here's how to be, like, oh, we're working as a team together. We're building shit together. Here's how we do that. Like, here's all the workshop costs and upgrade costs. And oh, god damn it. Gotta work together. Because the big thing here is that you're always going to be using whoever has kind of like the primary attribute, and everyone's just adding on to it. At least half of, of each team member's rating is added through the team leader's role. So if you have a scientist where like your head scientist only has like a rating of 4 and someone has an 8, you're only going to have an 8, rather than if they're working on it, they get to add a 2 to it. So it is kind of saying, it's common to find, scientists grumbling in their favorite drinking establishment how it's unfair it is that the favorite daughters of the company wind up as project leaders because of their status, and what a horrible delay of their incompetence is. I think that, it kind of works. It's kind of an interesting idea. Also, example laboratory and workshop ratings. Dr. Yoshimoto's lab, level 45 lab, multiple fields. Average R&D lab, 5 to 6. Combat. Combat's exactly what you think they're going to do, mostly because you also have to do with oomph, which is who opens their can of whoop ass first. Chi-Chian, the time is now. Siamese robot. Oh god, I forgot about the Siamese. The Siamese are their own disaster area that are bizarre. I do not understand the Siamese because they're being run by God, effectively. Oh, there we go. I hit the wrong button. Weird. Yeah. Yeah, the Siamese are being run by God. The oomph rating is the me first rating. You're going to be some of your metal plus your brains plus 1d10. Which is like, okay then. Alright. Cool. What? You take your action, very simple stuff. Nothing too exciting here when it comes to like how combat actually works. But your metal against a difficulty rating equal to the target's metal. Yeah, because this system up here is still being used for everything, which you have to use your opponent's relevant attribute rating as the difficulty. So if you have 4, I have 4, we're just going to roll raw and see who gets the highest. But if I have a 5, you have a 4, you're going to take a penalty to it. It's like, okay then. Dodging, completely defend during combat, grabs and holds. Here's the entire grabs and fucking hold. Attacking multiple opponents, which also have their own different abilities and their own different requirements. Due to the difficulty involved in such acts, following rules apply. The attacker's roll must be the combined metal against all the opponents she's attacking. For each roll she makes an attack, the attacker rolls once for each target. First roll succeeds, she may not roll for the second target. Yeah, she cannot attack any ammunition used in attack. For example, martial arts rating of 7 wants to attack 2 parodic goons standing in front of her with 3 metal each. Have to roll her martial arts versus the total metal of 6. Since her rating is 7, she gets one free reroll for each roll. It's not terribly the game isn't actually terribly complicated, roughly speaking. It really does boil down to make an opposed check. Because all you're going to be doing at 99% of the time is going to be taking that 2d10, you're going to be rolling that 2d10 and figuring out what the fuck the chart means. So if you hit, you're going to be doing no damage. So, for example, Jaster here, if he punches somebody, if he just raw up and decks a motherfucker, he's going to be doing about 3 damage. He's going to be doing, actually, he's going to do about 5 damage if he really is full on. Because he's got hand strength, he's a very strong person. He's a robot. If he shoots you with a gun, he's going to do 7 damage, though, which is also a lot of damage. But you can resist certain pieces of damage, though. That's one of the big things. So, oh no, you stab someone with a knife. He's got to roll 2 successes, indicating 2 damage levels plus 1 for his damage bonus for 3 total damage levels. Now make a damage reduction roll. If his health is 5, attack strength is 6, so Mark will lose 1 success on the roll. So Mark rolls an 18 against difficulty 6. This would be 3 successes. Yeah. Yeah, you can drastically increase or decrease various damage, and you're going to take some more damage, or you're going to be doing less damage. And I don't know if I hate this system or not, because it's really based around successes. At the end of the day, that's what this game is based around. It's based around successes. The more successes you roll, the more damage you're going to do, this and that. But it's a lot of rolling for very little. So let's say again, you have attack strength +2, damage bonus of 1. Health is 4, so his attack strength, the bonus with attacking with the knife is 6. So if you do the damage reduction, you roll against their health, and you have to roll against using your health against their attack strength. The more successes you roll, but if their success is higher, you're going to be reducing these successes by that amount, and you're going to be able to lower damage by 1. There's a lot of rolling that goes into very little. It's not a complicated system. It's just a lot of it. And it's like, why? Because they tell you everything you really need to know at the end of the day. For every 2 damage levels, you take a penalized 1 success in all rolls. Ever reach 10, you're fucking dead. You're just dead. More boobs. More permanent damage. Just 2 or less damage level regeneration capabilities. Yeah, you can get fucked up pretty bad. Yeah, and then he's like, here's how to do all the healing and treatment. Here's how to break things. Here's how to do strength. Like, oh boy, we love strength ratings. Cool. I sure do love strength ratings. Yay, falling and crap. There's a lot of fucking rules here for, again, not much. And then here's literally the entire setting lore document about everything you could ever need to know about anything in this game. It's here. Why are the cockroaches are the way they are? Because of this information. What's going on in space? It's what's going on in space. Why are there cloning? Because cloning is here. Why does everyone hate New Jersey? Because they declared war on New York. The worst of all possible fates, stranded in the Deadlands. Yeah, it's... Yeah, why is there an exo-dragon? Because there's just an exo-dragon. Why is the Gamma Plane the way it is? Because it works the way that it is. Yeah, here's the Monkey God, one of the multi-armed robot attendants. Hollow fusion programs. Oh no, here's hell. Yeah, you want to just go to hell? That's a thing. Here's literally the greatest place on earth, Japan. All the shit that goes on here. That's why I say, you can mostly use this as a setting guide. Because of this. The Republics of America. Yeah, android, sex toys, see androids. Yeah, if you want to do that, you can. Giant spiders. Here's Diego Suwanakan. Cool. Prime Minister of New York. There's more shit. You want to know anything about the Chi-Chian universe? It's right here. Pneumonics. Yeah, they're, yeah, you want to go into, here's all the characters, by the way. Here's all their stats, in case you ever want their stats about anything. Here's how all these guys, if I'm feeling like I'm going a little bit fast, is because it was Jesus fucking Christ. This is someone's schizo delusions. And here's some basic adventures. Here's the full fucking timeline. But yes, this is Voltaire. This is a very simple game. Here's the thing. This is a very simple game. That system is kind of bad. Not bad in like it's not very good. More bad in the way that it's just a very clunky system. Doing things with it just takes a little bit longer than it really should. And it's like, oh, hey, cool. I'm going to spend time and effort to do something which just takes longer for like, oh, you've done 2 damage. Well, that doesn't feel very good to do like 2 damage with a gun after, you gotta make the roll here, gotta make a roll here, gotta double check here, gotta check the little success chart, make sure you got the right amount of successes. Not a lot of payoff for it. However, if you want to run a Chi-Chian game in the idea of this weird biotech, fantasy, sci-fi, nightmare, schizo delusion world, then yeah, Chi-Chian can work. This is a fairly good book to pick up because it's going to go over every single piece of fucking information about this setting. And even some even some details you didn't want to know. It's going to tell you all about it, and you're going to like it. Or you're not. You're not going to like it. Also, I haven't updated this at all. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Chi-Chian and all the associated problems with it. Again, not hard, not a hard game. It's just a bit clunkier than it really should be. And it's a lot of lead up for very little. And it doesn't explain itself terribly well. I think that's kind of like one of its biggest problems. I think that's the ultimate sin of Chi-Chian, is that here's all these cool ideas, unfortunately. Let's do... So our next game we're going to be going over is Tsar Frontiers. What is Tsar Frontiers, and why does this look like a shitpost? Because I'm going to give you a secret, it is a shitpost. And this is going to be a fairly short version, because it's hard to go over this game, because it's not made in genuine faith. So here's our character. There's no character sheet or anything, so I had to make this myself, obviously. Here we are. Here's Manly. Thank you very much, Manly, for once again showing us the way. What is Tsar Frontiers? What is this game? Come on, looks so funny. It's a funny meme game, funny haha game, right? Well, Tsar Frontiers is technically a drive. It's quote by OSR games. It's not by OSR games. That's one thing you gotta remember. All this information is technically false. So yeah, technically the author Justin Hardwire did not write this. That's not a person by OSR games. Technically that's incorrect as well. That's technically false. Very false, in fact. I have no idea, like, how Drive-Thru RPG approved this. It's kind of weird, because OSR Games is, if we go up here, which is a terrible fucking company, by the way. Yeah, it's... Yeah, 3 against OSR community. Disinvited. Yeah, that's... OSR Games is technically Justin Lanassa's company, but Justin Lanassa is an interesting figure that we need to talk about a little bit right now. Who is Justin Lanassa? At his core, this is Lanassa. He is the owner of TSR. Well, the new TSR, because he bought the legal rights to TSR about 3 years ago now. And he is a fascinating human being. He is very hardcore. He's a big OSR guy. He's a this is his website, by the way, which feels kind of weird to. There we go. We'll just put this right here in his. But yeah, he bought the TSR logo, and he was working with Ernie, and he wanted to put out some brand new stuff from the original TSR. And for those who were following the saga of TSR back in the day, I did, and I can say this with all the faith I can, is the TSR, the new TSR saga was a complete fucking disaster area. It was a nightmare made of flesh. It was a fucking disaster. Maybe wondering why it was such a disaster, and it was because of, well, bad PR at the end of the day. Linasa, whoever was running the Twitter, got into a lot of fights. Ernie was saying stupid shit on the internet because he's a fucking boomer. And mind you, this is Ernie Gygax, Gary Gygax's son. It was a mess. It was a disaster, and it doesn't help that Linasa was like, I want to sue Wizards of the Coast for D&D. Or I want to sue... He was like wanting to sue the OSR community. Yeah, Linasa was an interesting human being simply because he was someone trying his best to become the next OSR guy. He wanted to, rebirth, TSR, but I don't think he quite understood the complexities of the legal problems that TSR had underwent. Because if we really think about it, TSR has kind of like a cycle of, well, we have, the original TSR, which eventually would become, which was later acquired by Wizards of the Coast, which eventually would become owned by Hasbro. This is the cycle of the first company. However, back in the day, TSR got split off into effectively the copyright lapsed. So TSR was bought up by Gary's son, which was let me bring him up real fast. This was TSR. Because it's a very odd, cycle of who owns what. Subsequent to trademark usage. So yeah, founded by Jason Elliott, which was Roll for Initiative podcast, had expired around 2004, so he registered in 2011, and he formed, technically it was with the original Luke and Ernie Gygax. However, Ernie went off to do his own thing, but it really didn't do anything. Left the company in 2016 when the magazine ended. It didn't really do well. The only game they put out was Top Secret New World Order. However, in 2021, a new separate TSR company was launched by Ernie, Justin, and Steven Deinhardt. This is where things get really weird. Because they opened up the Dungeon Hobby Shop Museum, which was the Dungeon Hobby Shop Museum, if we go here, was technically owned by the one son, by the other son, not Ernie, the other son, which was Elliot, I believe his name is. And literally the entire idea of why they owned it, they missed a fucking filing. Yeah, so they completely missed a filing, so they were allowed to buy it up real quickly, which this is where it became, it's Ernie Gygax's TSR. It wasn't really. This is where things get really weird. It was Justin Linas's. He became the president of the new TSR. He's the one who bought everything, and he had a working relationship with Ernie. Ernie was the main guy behind things, but it was very much Linas's company. However, this is where things get really weird, is that TSR exists still. Let me see, TSR Hobbies, is that it? Yes, okay. Yeah, Justin Linasa, CEO. So this became the Dungeon Hobby Shop. So if we really kind of go here, this is the Dungeon Hobby Shop. Dungeon Hobby Shop, which eventually would, morph into what I'm going to refer to now as New TSR. So New TSR was like, okay, we're doing this. Now, the weird thing is what happened here was there was a split. And it says right here, Ernie troubling comments about race, gender identity, gun violence, reaction. Elliot announced it would have any form of working relationship. Elliot's TSR company was rebranded Solarian Games. And it says Ernie Gygax's TSR was then rebranded as Wonderfilled. Now, Next week reported TSR Games never officially announced its rebranding as Wonderfilled Games. Had been locked down or nuked. Old website simply redirected to the new page. See, this is one thing that's weird about it, is that you have Wonderfilled. Because if you go to Wonderfilled Games, to Wonderfilled Incorporated, this is the guys who do Giant Lands. Because initially, TSR was going to publish Giant Lands. However, Wonderfilled Entertainment, Wonderfilled here, was actually owned by Deinhardt. This is where things get really weird and makes no fucking sense. New TSR, which was owned by Justin Lanasa, became Wonderfilled, owned by Deinhardt. But Deinhardt was on the original TSR crew as like a chief, creative officer. However, TSR Hobbies right here still exists. So effectively, which would become, TSR Hobbies. But what I think occurred was more like this. I think what occurred was, if you want a very long timeline of what occurred, was New TSR was formed. It was Stephen Deinhardt with Wonderfilled, Stephen Deinhardt and his company Wonderfilled. It was Justin Lanasa as the main CEO, money guy, and Ernie as creative. Ernie said gamer comments because he's a fucking boomer, which eventually led to the companies kind of starting to fracture a little bit as they kind of wanted to keep things in tow. Deinhardt, who was smart, and I think had a little bit more influence than people wanted to give him credit for, said, fuck it, I'm taking my ball and leaving. Because Giant Lands was already funded at that point. It was a Kickstarter way back in the day. He said, I'm taking my money and running because I already own the website. Because this website used to be called TSR. Because if you go to, I wonder if TSR.games. Okay, TSR.games doesn't work anymore. Because it used to be what happens instead of this, if you typed in TSR.games, it would actually redirect you to, I wonder what happens if we just do TSR.com. It used to be it would redirect you immediately to Wonderfilled. That's immediately what would happen. It would link back to this. And all the same branding, all the same everything is still the same there, just with a slightly different color of paint. What I think occurred was Deinhardt took Giant Lands, because that's what he owned. He took a lot of the infrastructure that was already there, because that's what he owned. That was all his stuff originally. Which Lanasa was then left with the TSR name and some of the TSR products, like Star Frontiers. We'll get to that in a minute. This is kind of loops back into Tsar Frontiers a little bit. And because of Lanasa owning all of this, he eventually would create or kind of morph into TSR Hobbies, which is this. This is what TSR Hobbies actually is. This is more his particular company of his things. And if you kind of see, it's like, oh, okie dokie then. That's cool, Lanasa. Neato burrito, boo-boo. So it's kind of the saga of New TSR is a little bit confusing. But the current state of affair is that there's technically, what I should do is Solarian. So technically, the companies that have kind of emerged from this is we have Solarian Games, which was kind of the dungeon hobby shop, and we can kind of call that also like the dungeon hobby shop. They kind of are the same thing, but also not. Dungeon hobby shop is kind of very much its own entity, which is like TSR Nostalgia Goods, but it's not really a game company necessarily. While Solarian Games are the guys who do things like Top Secret, New World Order, and shit like that. They are kind of their own company, but also kind of not their own company. They own some TSR products. New TSR would have become TSR Hobbies, which is Lanasa, which is Lanasa's company. They own, I think, a lot more of TSR's backlog than I think they know. I think they own a lot of TSR's backlog, but I think they don't own any of the big things of TSR's backlog. I think they own Star Frontiers and maybe a few smaller games, but nobody knows what to do with them. This is the big thing. Nobody knows what to do with them because Lanasa is not a game designer. He's a man who does a lot of weird shit. We also have Wonderfilled under Deinhardt. Wonderfilled is a games company, but this is the thing with Deinhardt, we always got to remember. One thing I always found about weird with it, Wonderfilled, and in turn him, Deinhardt, is not actually really a game design company, if that makes sense. One of the best things that can describe Deinhardt is that he is a creative person. One of the big things that he does actually is theme parks. He did the Super Mario World theme park in Japan, I believe. That's what he does. He works on experiences. He does story writing and things like that. Giant Lands was a Kickstarter back in the day, which was his big thing about, I want to bring it here, which is anytime you look at Giant Lands, you hear memes about the theme park, because that was one of the big ideas. What he wanted to do was make a Giant Lands theme park where you could LARP as your characters from Giant Lands. And that's the current state of affairs. But I kind of got to explain the entirety of the saga of TSR to make you understand Tsar Frontiers a little. Because actually, if we even look down here, let's see. Amazing Engine is, I don't think anybody owns Amazing Engine. Yeah, I don't think anybody owns Amazing Engine. Yeah, David Zeb Cook. He might actually own it. Boot Hill is owned by, this is Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, Wizards owns this one. Yeah, you technically, yeah. Buck Rogers adventure game, that probably reverted back to, because of the Buck Rogers game, that probably rolled back into ownership of whoever owns Buck Rogers. Bullwinkle and Rocky the role-playing game, this game barely qualifies as an RPG. Yeah, Gamer's Choice Award winner. Yeah, David Cook, TSR box set, probably just reverted back to the Rocky and whoever owns the Rocky and Bullwinkle show. Conan's been passed around quite a bit. The actual Conan license still belongs to Modifius. Crime Fighters is, nobody knows who owns Crime Fighters really anymore. So let's actually do a little bit of looking. Let's do Crime Fighters TTRPG rights. Who owns this? Crime Fighters RPG. You know, it's good when the first things you want to find, nobody really knows who the fuck owns this game. Gonna be a secret if they can't, yeah. Yeah, if the big thing here, so yeah, most likely Wizards probably owns Crime Fighters. Dragonlance belongs to Wizards. Dragon Scribe, no idea. Dungeons & Dragons, well, we obviously know who owns that. Empire of the Petal Throne belongs to Tekkamul now. He just owns his own outright. Gamma World, I believe, is owned by a completely different fucking company now. Actually, it would be the most recent edition, 7th edition. No, it does actually belong to Wizards still. Yep. And Wizards, it still belongs to it. Gangbusters, never heard of Gangbusters. Indiana Jones, obviously, they don't own that. Marvel Superheroes. Star Frontiers is the one we're actually going to be going over a lot more today. This is Star Frontiers, a science fiction role-playing game. Space opera, adventure settings. Oh, wow. We've got the Russ. We got the, the Yazarin terrestrial apes, and oh wow, you know, it's the Drasselites, short amoeba-like creatures, game mechanic, percentile based. Ooh. Alpha Dawn basic set, you know, the product, and it's so current products is, you know, Familiar Races, Star Frontier D20 supplement, Star Law. Hasn't really done anything. Here's the thing. Star Frontiers is actually owned by TSR Hobbies. You can kind of see right here, Star Frontiers, new Genesis role-playing game, rebooted. Let's see, Star Frontiers, new Genesis, the role-playing. Technically, here's the Dungeon Hobby Shop Museum. Yeah, here it is. As you can see, SFNG 5e system, TSR 006, Science Fiction Classic Returns, TSR Hobbies, right down there. You can see that. This is what Dungeon Hobby Shop is kind of a weird thing. It kind of like, it's completely out of stock. We're not going over Star Frontiers. That's the big thing. We're not going over Star Frontiers. We're going over Tsar Frontiers. So what is Tsar Frontiers? Well, this is a shit post. This is a delusional shit post. I want you to remember that right now. This is a shit post game. And if you think it's anything more than that, you're not going to have fun. Where is Tsar Frontiers itch.io? And here's the itch.io version of the game. Like, oh, it's by Tenkrab. Oh, wow. Yeah, Tenkrab isn't really anything. There's nothing with Tenkrab. However, the big thing is the person who was supposedly, you know, the author and or Matt Locke. And here, you know, here's all, let's make fun of this. The person that I was able to find was a guy named Matt Locke Esquire. This was the only person who really has any name associated with it. And this guy, you know, Wenger's a proven plagiarist. Thank you for hosting this band, for telling Nazis and their sympathizers and enablers to get the fuck out. When they watch Wenger flail impotently while crying salty tears. Suck it, nerds. Yeah, this is the big thing right here. Despite your attempts at our trademarks with us, Russian dressing, it is still our proper propriety. I'll be directing what legal team forthwith cease and desist all legal actions against my clientele. Matlock Esquire. That's the big thing. He's the one who made Tsar Frontiers. And remember, Tsar Frontiers is a shitpost. That's all it is. So, yeah, this is a kind of a, to kind of understand that this is them making fun of the fact of that Justin Lanasa owns Star Frontiers and what they're going to be making. So they kind of put that into context. So what is this game in all actuality? Well, this game is, well, it's a shitty OSR game. We're going to go pretty quick through here. You know, you see, oh, here's the TSR rating meter by tsrhobbies.com. Fun fact, don't do this. What is this? You got the name wrong. It's Star Frontiers New Genesis. Fix this now. Don't worry, we can fix it. I'll put a note for the printer to have it corrected here. Yeah. The entire joke is the writer is here. However, Justin Lanasa is this guy. As you can see, he's silly. He is the I Am Silly comic. I will actually bring it up real fast. The I Am Silly webcomic. If you ever want a full explanation of what this entire game is, in all actuality, It is this. Justin, yeah, this is Justin Lanassa. You know, it is I am silly. This is literally what the game is, and you gotta remember that going through. It's not great. You know, this is, you know, the table of contents. All, as you can see, everything looks like shit, but like, that's on purpose. It's supposed to look like shit. Doesn't mean it's fun to read. It's pretty good, but I need 2 more weeks to finish editing. We already promised it for the con. Just wrap it up. They'll buy it because of the name. Because you weren't banned from Gary Con. It wasn't banned. Our con is the largest ever, period. Guys, we gotta print the Wizard Susan's Castle's Law or trademarks. I need the money. I am silly. You like it? Because he's silly. See, it's funny because he's saying silly things, and it's funny because we have the calm, relaxed guy and the silly man. Are you laughing yet? Yeah, the entire idea behind Tsar Frontiers, as you can kind of see, it's like how she's copying and pasting Wikipedia articles. Just a bunch of like, Tsar Frontiers game played a character, either human or space alien. You won't find snowflakes in here in this deadly game where where your characters can die. Anytime, just like the old school days. Those were the best days, kids. Don't worry, it'll be a good, like, good old days. Now all the Pachyphon trophies and pronouns and tea parties, well, not here. Imagine you are a spaceship and can shoot a laser. Would you want to shoot a laser? Of course. And you can drive a scummer chase. Dangerous interstellar criminals go to alien world, see sex and alien ladies, touch a boob. Like we fantasy imagine when we were kids. Those are the good old days, and not these men using ladies' bathrooms in the game where there are 2 genders, not Adam and Steve. Okay, we're going to talk about this real fast. Role-playing games always use D20 dice. If you roll D10, 0 is 10. You roll percent dice, too many 10s, column 1 10. Mostly roll D20 to do something. This is really dumb if you want me to use a dice picture. Yeah. Special dice roll. Pretty much this is Tsar Frontiers. This game is actually a D20 game, or whatever the fuck you feel like rolling, such as the D100 roll, which you can buy the official dice from. If you use the official dice, you're allowed to roll on this chart and just do whatever the fuck you feel like. Yeah. Cool. The space roadie throws you an electric guitar and you shred some killer riffs while getting an extraordinary success. Let's roll in a D100. Let's see real fast. I rolled a 78. So if 78, that means amnesia. You forget everything, including who you are, for 1 hour. Cool. Let's roll again. 36. Let's see. Bullet time. Everything around you slows by 500% for 1 second, but you can move freely. Yep. The core mechanics. Yep. Are modified by one of the Starman attributes. Muscles, quickness, toughness, smarts, common sense, temper, or looks. And it's going to be a D20 roll. And sometimes you might need to make a spunk reaction or resolve check. Now, using our Space Cossack, Manly Salmon, Frontier Ranger, it's a pretty standard D20 game. I want to make a toughness check. It's going to be a target number 15. I rolled a 15. I have 15. I had my +1. I rolled a 16. Good job, me. I want to make a skill check, though. Let's say I want to make a diplomacy check. I get to add my diplomacy plus my, we'll say, temper. So it's TN 15. I rolled a 2. I fucking failed. Good job, Manly. Again, if you've played an OSR game before, you know exactly what this kind of game is already. But this is a shitpost. Remember this, because anytime that it looks like crayon has been drawn in, that's the I am silly person speaking, because he's silly. And silly people make silly things and call things starmen, because silly. Are you laughing yet? Laugh, monkey, laugh. Why aren't you dancing? It's funny. See, because I made the comic where it says, I am silly. I fucking hate Tsar Frontiers. I hate this game. Because it's not funny. Yeah, combat rolls, rolling the hit. If you've played OSR games, you know what they're making fun of. Most of it, it's like this. Like, I made a video. Can you put that here instead? No, you can't put a video in a book. Most of it's like these weird 3D poser models. Yeah, some important terms used in the game. GM, adventure. It literally uses Comic fucking Sans at some points. It's like awesome. Awesome, I love it. Or campaign model. Campaign model, set of rules and information about a specific setting. Used to include information about races, cultures, geography, and types of threats, and may challenge the Starmen. That one applied to the super official gritty D20 universal game system. Create a new game. Fitness of the Starman, defense rating, experience points, game session, level. Any character that is controlled by the GM is called an NPC. These characters are not limited beings or same species as the player's Starmen and can include monsters or robots, or droids, or even kaiju, or artificial intelligence. Then we have to do character creation. It's exactly what you think it is. Like, yeah, roll for your stats. Fun fact. In case you're wondering, they're directly saying, like, this is Justin Lanassa talking about this. It's exactly what you think about. These kind of scores are, you're going to be rolling 1d10 plus 9 to determine your attributes. So, I rolled Manly's stats. He obviously rolled very decent. Got a pretty good stats across the board. And that's pretty much how you roll stats. I actually had to crunch the numbers here to do it myself a little bit because they cover it up. But don't you worry, I do it for you. Have all our basic stats. Here's all the ESP, here's all the luck, here's all the notes. You can change any ability scores. Can increase with no limit. Secondary traits. Your grit is your damage. It's your muscles mod plus your quickness mod plus your toughness plus 10 plus level bonus. And or you can have mana, which is how many ESP points you have available to him, and it's 1d4 points per common sense modifier. So if your common sense is 6, if you common sense have a +3, you roll 3d4 for how much mana you're allowed to use. Cool. Your honor is how generally cool. It's equal to your temper modifier, which is pretty much your ability to keep yourself cool. Because Manly is so cool, because he is so irredeemably neato burrito, he actually has a +3. His honor rank is immediate reaction of fear and awe. Everyone likes him. He's a positive reaction. Character races. We are making and will be out soon. They are shipping in a few weeks. If you send money for pre-orders, they are sold out right now. Equally great. Common Galaxian, referred to as Comgax. Then we have our races, the Blopopods. This is great. We should change the Blopogod to Temcarp. It would be funny. So funny. And all of them have various different little abilities. And don't forget about humans. Why is it human only ladies? Can you find normal people to put it in too? All pretty standard assortment of stuff. Here's the weird bugmen. Entomoids. Benoisians. Be a monkey in a spacesuit if you feel like, but they're not that. Here, I drew one. Drew one just for you. Yep. A kangarooin. Be a space kangaroo if you want. But there's a bunch of other races. You want to play space hobbits if you feel like. Toy car. We don't talk about the toy car. We can speak of whatever the fuck these things are. The Hoppelkins. Danelites. The character points. These are an optional rules. These are fine. Which is pretty much, you have 10 character points you can spend pretty much on anything you feel like, plus 1d4 points for every smarts modifier you have. You also get, humans gain a few bonus ones. As Manly Salmon, I use mine to increase some of my stats up just ever so slightly and get a little bit more stuff. I thought that was interesting and felt that was cool. I also bought ambidextry and glibness. Cool. But I wanted to make sure people liked me more, because that was the point. I made Manly a very talkative person. Good job, Manly. You're a very talkative, very nice person. Here's all the various attributes. So, what is this game? Notepad, what is this? It looks like ass. Not really fun. When you, what is this? Y'all is about talking about sexy ladies. Now, here's the thing. This is your level, this is the level thing, and this is clearly copy pasted from something else. Like, oh, here's your bonus endurance. Here's your combat mods. It's the Starman template. Your grit bonus. Don't forget about your toughness, your spunk, your quickness, and all that. Your level advancements. Nuka fucking cola. Here's all your experience charts, the professions, which don't do anything, but they sure look cool. Confederate Star Officer, Imperial Protection Squad Scout, Confederate Star Ranger, Confederate Star Science Officer, a Storm Eagle Pilot, Imperial Protection Squad, Confederate Star Ranger. Here's the thing. As you can see, again, anytime you see this writing, anytime it's like crayon tier, it's supposed to be Justin Lanasa putting something in. And that's the funny joke. That's the I am silly. However, the I am silly isn't funny. So, and also here's all the various fucking skills that are like useless and like you'll never actually like oh, here's all the drive, here's all the analyze, like oh my god, look at all these funny skills. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. How many more pages of text do I gotta read? I'm getting bored. Computer, yeah, it's all these different things. Like, here's the thing. How do I want to word this properly? Or space booze in here or something. Let's see if I can find a good one. Yeah, these are all skills. These are literally just skills upon skills upon skills that are just like more. And here's like a hunch. Here's what's sounding. Here's spot. Here's tumbling, how to use rope, use technology, zero gravity movement. Here's all the feats. All the feats do something slightly different. Spring attack, trample, 2-weapon fighting, weapon finesse, endurance. However, there's also this entire section of martial arts feats, which is like, oh, if you have 15 plus toughness, you can do chi strikes. Or like, oh, here's a circle kick, momentum pivoting body backwards. Oh, here's your combat adaptability, concentrated put, delay your damage, the dim mock. Or my favorite, the eagle's claw. Devastating attack that's the potential of breaking bones. Here's the thing. I gave him eagle claws his feet because I thought it was funny. Just having like this random, like, I am a frontier ranger. Like, here, let me use my power of my eagle claw to break your fucking arms. That's cool. That's funny. Like, okay, this is kind of funny in its own way. But I know this is not supposed to be, I don't want to word this. Like, oh, here's the last spell is also using computer. Can you write something here? I gave you ideas. Just fill in the above details. Technomancy. Wealth in the frontier. It's crypto coin. Get it? Because nobody likes crypto coins. Funny, right? Why aren't you laughing? Can we make NFTs? Should they be in the game? All the equipment, casual clothing, defensive rating, high quality variants, masterwork variants of all the suits, personal defensive equipment. Like, oh yeah, here's defensive shields, and here's your protective apparel. Because here's the thing. Here's the odd thing. How do I get a laser sword? The typical Starman, game rule. It's D20. Like, I don't know what are you fucking expecting? It's a goddamn meme game. What are you here for? Here's all the combat. Exactly what you think it is. Critical hits. Wow. I'm not really going over this game too much because I don't really need to. Because it's a shitpost game. And you clearly know it's a shitpost game. But shitpost games are shitposts. And you're not really supposed to take them seriously. However, I want to do something a little bit broader here. I want to do something a little bit more interesting. So also here's all the computer. This is someone's fetish, by the way. Computerized details. It's kind of boring. There are any more sexy chicks you can put in. wow, look everybody, it's all the viz displays and all the programs. Like, wow, look everybody, ha ha ha, it's funny, it's funny, why aren't you laughing? Ha ha ha, it's funny, ha ha ha. Here's the thing. Here's the note, and here's the star system. As you can kind of see, pancakes. I am silly. I am silly. Thin at pancake, Screech, Sam Squatch, Whitey Tidy, Cassidy, the Omnicorp, New Paltz, Crossroad, Tribix, O'Hare, Nevada, Noah, Jersey, Mutant Reservation, Pittsburgh, Mining Planetary Scrapyard. I take offense to that. Nebraska, Agricultural Colony, You Suck, Screech. Here's the thing. Kmart, Wally World, Cheeseburger, hell yeah. Boris, Hoot and Tro, Who Dat, Berserk, Liberty Confederation. So, here's the thing. There's the planet of Slipknot. Here's the thing about Tsar Frontiers. We're going to talk a little bit about comedy games. Tsar Frontiers is a parody. It's shitpost. That's the joke. The joke is that we're making fun of Justin Lanasa because Justin Lanasa is a silly person who does silly things for silly reasons, right? But here's the problem with Tsar Frontiers, and a kind of a fundamental point. Tsar Frontiers isn't funny. I'm going to compare it to another game that was a joke, and I'm going to compare it to Human-Occupied Landfill. And in case someone says, well, Human-Occupied Landfill was, actually had time and effort put into it. This clearly had time and effort put into it as well. That's the thing. Like, this wasn't made in a day. Absolutely not. Human-Occupied Landfill was obviously more so, and it was actually like a product. However, always take pride in what you do. That's what I've always said. Now, what do I mean by this isn't funny? I'm gonna bring this comic up here right now. One of the big things about when you're making parody games, and anytime you're making a parody of something, what you need to do is fundamentally understand what you're understand what you are parodying. What are you actually making fun of? And if you can and the big thing is, and this is always the most core essential aspect of this, is you never tell the audience what you're making fun of. You don't just put a little big note there saying, haha, look at this, is funny. No. Human-Occupied Landfill was not making fun of any. It didn't tell you exactly what it was making fun of. However, it was making fun because of that era, that time in the 90s of like this grindhouse edge, but everyone was taking themselves a little bit too seriously. So you have the mixture of the grindhouse, you also have the mixture of, kind of the hyper combat, but also here's all the story game nonsense. And the joke was in Human-Occupied Landfill, which was, this is a completely ridiculous game that doesn't work because everyone's playing these weird story games now. Because World of Darkness exists, Human-Occupied Landfill can exist. What is Tsar Frontiers actually making fun of? It's making fun of Justin Lanasa because Justin Lanasa is silly. Because Justin Lanasa is a silly person, we can make fun of him. That's what it says. That's what the joke is. Justin Lanasa is silly. And at first you could think like, okay, maybe the entire idea is like Star Frontiers will never come out. Well, the problem is it doesn't do that. It puts too much effort into it. Gives you a little bit too much time and effort put into things. And you also have one of the issues is the thing that they're trying to make fun of is the fact that, Justin Lanasa is this, boorish dumbass who doesn't like the woke libtard. It's funny. The issue is, who fucking cares? Like, you're not really making fun of Justin Lanasa, you're just saying this is all it is. If you wanted to tell, the story of like, Star Frontiers New Genesis will never come out, or Star Frontier's new Genesis is pretty much just fucking OSR game, budget basement OSR game, what people are using the name for. And then that could be funny. If you put in jokes like a 10-foot laser pole from Darths and Droids or things like that, if you made jokes like that, then yeah, Tsar Frontiers could be funny. The problem is that they don't do that. It takes itself, it puts too much in here. The joke is, Justin Linasa is silly, not anything else. The joke isn't the fact that, like, it's not about Star Frontiers. You're just naming it that. So when you call it Tsar Frontiers not genuine, you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, it's a shitty OSR game, but you're not making fun of the fact that it's a shitty OSR game. You're not making fun of that fact. You're making fun of the fact that Justin Linasa is silly. Now, here's the thing. Here's two things you could do with Star Frontiers. Either one, Tsar Frontiers, I should say, is either go full 100% on it and make a legitimate OSR game. Make a legitimate full whole hog OSR game with the intent of saying, hey, this is funny. The joke being it's this ridiculous setting that I made before Justin Linasa ever really put out Star Frontiers. That's the joke. The joke is, hey, this thing came out before him, ha 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 ha. Or if you do make the fact that it's like this half-finished thing, then have it half-finished then. Cut it off, it's again, you gotta remember, this is a 252-page book. And there is words on every single fucking page. This is not fun to read. Like, this is just annoying to read. And you're looking for the joke, and it's like, no, this is just a read lip skill. This guy must have, like, copy and pasted from something. And it's like, oh, well, that's not really funny. It's not a joke, really. Like, the joke is here. Like, what if you could ride a space unicorn because his horn should be a laser beam? Fuck, like that's not funny. Like I'm not laughing at that because I had to slog through this shit and trying to find the joke. Human occupied landfill works as well as it does because it's constantly hitting you with something every page. Which you look at, you read, HOL, and you're like, oh, okay, haha, this is kind of funny. You turn to the page and it's something completely fucking different. Here's an entire tangent he's going on about combat, or here's an entire little section of where he forgot something, so he's trying to put in like a reference to something else, and he's constantly trying to make fun of itself. It's funny because it's genuine. There's a genuine piece of hilarity to it, and clearly comedic timing. The person who wrote Human Occupied Landfill is a funny person. This isn't funny. There's no joke here. The joke is, this is the joke. This is the game equivalent of this. And you may be saying, no, Pat, you shouldn't judge something like this hard. You should have judged something like this. But it's the idea of a good game. A bad game can be funny. Chi-Chian is not my particular cup of tea. I think the system sucks. I think the system's really overly complicated for not much game. But I enjoy Chi-Chian because the writing was funny. The writing is interesting. There's a lot of shit going on there. And even just explaining it's kind of this wacky adventure. Cool. I like DragonRaid because, well, again, I'm not going to like recommend DragonRaid. DragonRaid's interesting for a variety of reasons. This isn't interesting to read and it's not funny. The worst thing you can ever possibly be is a comedy that isn't funny. Now, mind you, if you did like this entire setting, if you did amp up the setting a little bit and just take out all the bullshit again, just make fun of the fact that it's Star Frontiers and never coming out, which is like, yes, there was literally, you're in cyborg Russia and it's like, they're fighting it's this ridiculous, overblown super concept, and that's the joke. That's the funny. That it's this overblown science fiction stupid nightmare. Cool. Because here's the problem. Throughout this, I was more agreeing with the fake Justin than anything else. It's like, we should change the, to a tank. It would be funny. Yeah, it would be funny. Like, yeah, why is this only, why is there only ladies here? Give us something else. There's like, here's this giant block of fucking text, and here's like 4 fucking poser models. And it's like, okay. It's like, give us something else to kind of work with here. And it's like, clearly, like, the joke is like, oh, he's silly and stupid. Like, he's silly and stupid and we shouldn't like him. But it's also like give me something to fucking work with here. Like, what are you gonna do at technomancy? You know, I said there would be technomancy in the game. Even down to thinking like, yeah, it's Confederate Star Officer. That's not really a problem. That's not really like a joke, really. Yeah, it's a Confederate. It's the Confederacy of Stars. It's not exactly like a weird name to say. I don't know about you, but that's just not really weird for me to say. Like, yeah, you're like one of my favorite characters, Jimmy from fucking Star Trek. Not Star Trek, fucking StarCraft is a part of the Confederacy. That's like one of his big things. Like, he was this Confederate Star Officer before he had to betray before, actually I should say, before Emperor Megs betrayed him. Yeah, he was a Confederate marshal. I'm like, cool, that's fine. But yeah, like, the fact that they do put in all of this lowers the joke goes on too long, and the joke isn't spaced very well. Again, if it was this entire overblown joke of like, yeah, here's how to write a space unicorn, it's just ridiculous. Everybody's like weird star robots. It was just dumb. And even if like, oh no, like, I know what you can add. Can you add some wrestling moves? If like half the game was like, here's these martial arts attacks, like here's all this martial arts, and then like halfway through being like, here's a full WWE system in the middle of everything. That would be hilarious. This would just be a silly game with just a bunch of mishmash of shit. The joke being, Star Frontiers isn't going to come out. It's going to be a boring sci-fi, generic sci-fi game from the 80s. Here's this ridiculous Tsar Frontier with a stupid, overblown setting. It makes no sense. And it's like, oh, well, I want to do the Iron Eagle Claw Death Slice. And, it's like, yeah, make it funny. But the fact that it keeps itself serious enough, and it's trying to like its best to be like the joke is that it's serious. Like, no, you're breaking the joke. That's not how the joke works. You can't just say I am silly for 250 fucking pages. With the parody notepad, you shouldn't be judging it. I'm gonna judge it because I had to read it. I had to read it. That's the problem. But yeah, like, that's all I can really say on Tsar Frontiers. It's not really... The cover is a lot more interesting than what it's actually written. The joke isn't funny. That's, I think, the ultimate sin. The joke isn't funny. So, the next game we're going to be working on is... We're almost done. We got 2 more games. Rod, Reel, and Fist. Rod, Reel, and Fist. What is this game, I hear you ask? And I can respond very confidently is that this game definitely exists. Definitely exists. Why do people ping me these things? Now, what is this game? What is this? What are we actually dealing with? Well, Rod, Reel, and Fist is a game about fishing. You got that much, right? I think we got that much. So, Rod, Reel, and Fist actually came, and it's on DriveThruRPG. It's $13. You can buy it right now for the PDF. You know, people seem to really like it. People are waiting for a physical book. Apparently, it's $35 fucking dollars. We'll get to why that is kind of an odd one. It's authored by Richard Kelly. Now, Richard here is an interesting duck because we've technically gone over some of his games before, or a company he's very closely associated with. Because Richard here, bring him up here real fast. As you can see, he's done, Borkthorg, Fiskborg, Gthorkborg, Obulet 2nd Edition, Rodwheelant Fist, and the Dawn line, and as well as Heroines of the First Age, the Holdfast Edition, as well as more, Obulets, War of Prophecy. Yes, he wrote the Heroines of the First Age book. That disaster fucking piece. And as you can see, he's done like quite a bit of stuff. And why I say like we've gone over him before, because technically this guy is related to Void Spiral Entertainment. Yes, Void Spiral, the guys who created 2 games that I didn't much care for. Yeah, he's the one who did Dawn Line. I've heard good things about the Dawn Line, and people have like, you should look at it, you should give it a chance. Heroines of the First Stage didn't do it for me. It did not do it for me in the slightest. And the fact that, again, Void Spiral Entertainment's, their big thing is, hey, Heroines of the First Age, cool. And then it's like, wah, the anime RPG. I'm a little bit, as you would say, hesitant. Care. Because one of the big things, too, is like, this is private. This is something that he personally did. Nobody else had any other influence on Rodwheelant Fist. So it's like, all right, cool. Itch.io, and it was actually on Kickstarter. Well, the first game we've been on today that was on Kickstarter. Funded in 24 hours. Embark on an expedition to save your village. Only $600, raised $3,000. Pretty decent, not great, but decent. And the entire idea is very simple, is that you need to find a legendary fish to solve a problem. Something is going wrong and we need to fix it. And we can only do it by fishing. Like, okay, cool. We got some art here. We got some pretty illustrations. It's like, all right, this is fine. This is pretty, it's selling itself as kind of this anime game. It's kind of this anime fishing game, kind of weird here, but you know what? Fine. You know what? It's nice to have some painting in there. You can still kind of see the anime style in there, but very much here. Okie dokie then. I'm in. I'm interested. But yeah, we're gonna quickly realize you can still get community copies. Let's see. What else have you done? He hasn't really. Mushi Melee, feature-length RPG. My one associate, a mutual of mine, has gone over Mushi. That Mushi Melee is actually very good. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to claim access to it so I can actually look at it. For Pokemon games, apparently it's a very, very good game. And I should go over it, but mid-length with custom arcs, mid-length Thorkborg. Did you get it? Because we like Morkborg here. So yeah, that's kind of who wrote it and who we're kind of working with. It's not Void Spiral, but it's, you don't have this game without Void Spiral. Let's just say that. So now that we've established who the fuck this person is, and apparently this guy's also worked on things like Golden Sky Stories. That's actually one thing I should remember. He's worked on Golden Sky Stories. However, that's not entirely accurate. He worked on The Colors of the Sky 2 for it. This is something that he's worked on, which is not actually a Japanese addition to the game at all. This is Excellent Adventure, Colors of the Sky 2. This is very much his own. This is the Starline Publishing. Not really, the other way around. I'm not really super, like, cool. Weirdly enough, I did also notice Engine Sky. This piece is by Viral Games. Yes, Viral did show up. Hello, Viral. Been a while. We still haven't found you. Hopefully you're okay. Hopefully you're living your best life. Come back, please. We're begging you. Yep, Engine Heart. We all love Engine Heart. Very sad. Man, I see people seem to like it. It's like, okay, I'm feeling hopeful. Feeling hopeful for this game, and I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't like this game. And I don't like this game for a very specific reason. So here's our character. Obviously, we brought the most authentic angler available. We brought Dense in because he's an angler. He's very easygoing. A man who wants to fucking fish. As you can see here, we're an angler. Here's all our abilities, such as 1 dice to fish and animal combat. And you're already kind of seeing something a little bit odd, which is this game is very light. This game is almost 300 pages, though. And to give you an idea, there is an associate producer, there's a publisher, there's all the layout guy, there's all the additional design people. Don't know what the fuck they did. All the assistant editors, all the artwork people, all the graphic designers, all the crowdfunding video footage, all the video soundtrack, the video voice work, video editing, all the playtesters, all the special thanks, and all of the influences, including Legend of the River King, Golden Sky Stories, Ryutama, and Department H. Also, Nasukana and Mech Fishin. Yeah, so this is all commercially published, all of these, and printing out game designs. Yay. So this is a 288-page fucking book. And this is a full-size book, by the way. This isn't like a 5.5 by, 6.5 or whatever. No, this is an 8.5 by 11 fucking book. This is a full-size book, 288 pages, and I have no fucking idea why. I have genuinely not a singular clue on why this game is 288 pages. But I'm going to try to answer that question right here, right now. So, going through all of this, I'm going to tell you why it's 288 pages, and we're going to go over why. And I'm going to tell you why it's really stupid. We're almost at the end of the table of content. The table of contents is 23 fucking pages. 23 pages of table of contents. We open with a tragedy. So, the entire idea is that you open a scenario. This is a very scenario-driven game, like a lot of Japanese RPGs, with the big idea being that there's something wrong, and the only way we can fix it is through fishing. Or more accurately, combat fishing. Bro to the fish, walk a road of conflict. So yeah, your entire idea is that you are the swamp being. That's what you are, and you're trying to make sure that these fishermen suffer along with you. You're going to have them undergo a quest to find the legendary fish. Once they catch the legendary fish, they have won. It is a D6 game. Very, very simply, it's a D6 game. And I want you to put this note right here. Designing your world. The default setting for Rod, Reel, and Fist is a sort of magical realism version of rural Japan in the early 1980s, or wherever the players are from. I want you to remember this, a magical realism version of rural Japan in the early 1980s. I have no fucking idea what compelled him to write this. Specific being, because there is no indication that this is 1980s Japan. Absolutely not. Outside of the word of saying it's a village, and that's like very loose. And it's like, let's build a setting, let's build a village, let's build all this. Well, what's about the old region? What's the fish of legend? Fill in all the detail. Oh no, at this point in the process, someone is really bothered by an idea. Let them talk about it. If the group finds a setting of 1980s Japan, it's not 1980s fucking Japan. I don't know why they keep saying it. Yeah, it's like, your world is ready to play. There is this entire opening section about, let's talk about how to build a world, but the world means nothing. Because welcome to 1980s Japan. Yeah. Welcome to the 1980s Japan. Actually, no. Oh, fuck. I made a boo-boo. Yeah, this is, when I say this is not quite 1980s Japan, I ain't lying. I don't know really what the intention of the art direction was in this game, but the art direction's kind of schizophrenic. So at the end of the day, what you need to do is you're going to be rolling a D6. Yeah. Which is succeed. The SB sets a target number and how difficult the task is. Pretty simple. When in doubt, you're going to roll a d6. It meets or beats the TN, you succeeded. And if you notice, there isn't really anything here to really say stats-wise or anything. You're not going to be stronger, you're not going to be slower, you're not going to be anything else. You're going to be whatever's here on here. However, the big thing is, if you do something, if you're doing well, you're doing great. It's a low lethality game at the end of the day. This isn't a game about getting into awesome, cool fights with the overt threat of death always looming over you. Absolutely not. That's not the point. The point of this game is to tell a game about fucking fishing. Because that's what this game is. It's a fucking fishing game. Thinking that it's anything else other than that is you're going to be severely disappointed. So, again, very low lethality game. It's always a complication. You can certainly go beat up an animal or another fisher that does send you to the hospital. Oh no. So, this is where the idea comes in. Again, the basic roll, let's say target number 3, I roll my dice, I rolled a 5, I've succeeded. However, you may have noticed that if a player ever rolls d6s, the target number can roll a 6. How do you ever succeed against a target number of 7? Player rolls a multiple dice, or 2 or more of the same dice come to some number. Those dice get combined. When you combine dice, you set them aside and treat their number as if the number on the dice plus the number of times you rolled it. This is really weird to me. So let's say, for example, I got my 2 dice here. Let's say, for example, I roll a... Let's say, for example, I roll a 5 and a 5. Technically, I would have rolled a 7. Both of them came up as 5, plus I rolled it twice, so it would be 7. Pretty simple. However, let's say, for example, what the game doesn't really do is one very confusing situation. There's no such thing as a priority. So if I roll, let's say 2 6s, that means I rolled a 5, and I rolled a 6 on the other die. Does the combination die take priority, or does just the highest number do? They don't really specify that at all, and I thought that was like, oh, that's kind of an interesting little note there, more than anything. Instead, rolls into the stratosphere, allowing characters otherwise inaccessible legendary TN7 results. Yeah, so a single 2 isn't 2 plus 1. Similarly, you can't build pyramids out of your numbers. If you roll 2 2s and 1 4, those 2 2s combine to become a 4. They don't combine again to become another 4, which you rolled to become a 6. Yeah, it's not a complicated game, almost to a fault. That uncomplicated nature of the game does make it so that everything is going to feel kind of similar in some ways. You might be a little anime girl, but at the end of the day, you're going to have roughly the same capabilities as a jacked bodybuilder, because it doesn't matter really. All that matters is those dice. And this is one of the first I don't knows about these kind of games, which color me interested. Let's just say color me interested. I was like, all right, maybe not the, maybe that's the point. Maybe it's a light game designed for something very, very simple. Let's learn about how the game actually works though. Teamwork makes the bream work. Plan to coordinate. Rolling may ignore a single point of stress or exhaustion on their roll. Again, up to 2 fishers may help this way. Teamwork is not roll while in fish combat or animal combat. Very different. So, if you're working together, you can pretty much ignore problems going on. And it's like, cool, helps this way. The fisher is rolling may ignore single points of stress or exhaustion. How does exhaustion and stress actually work? If you suffer stress, which is usually in a combat situation, all your target numbers are increased by 1. If you ever suffer exhaustion, the same thing occurs. However, exhaustion is permanent until you rest, and stress leaves at the end of combat. However, those with an astute mind can probably see what's going on here and what's a little bit fucky-wucky. That if the basic number is 3, the problem is 1 stress immediately makes that 4. 2 stress makes it 5. Your likelihood of succeeding starts rapidly dwindling. And these stack, mind you. So if you have 1 exhaustion, 2 stress, you're going to need to roll a 6. And if you're rolling multiple dice, the absolute highest roll you can actually get on these dice is that if let's say you have 3d6s, you can roll 3d6s and you would end up with a 9. Even like 2-3 points of stress is over tier. Like you're not going to succeed. And that's not great, because that really simple, that really tight margin of error is where things start getting a little bit wonky. Because you can make camp and you're, oh, well, we need to make camp. How do we make camp? If a group has fewer total snacks than the current number of fishers, they gain snacks until the group's total number of snacks equal the number of fishers. Because there is a mechanic called snacks. Snacks are fundamental in how the game works, because what it allows you to do is ignore stress or add dice. So if, let's say, you have 2 stress, you can spend 2 snacks to immediately lose that 2 stress. So it's kind of like it's kind of like some of those Japanese or Asian MMOs you see every now and again with the idea of potion chugging. Because that's what you're doing here. You're chugging potions, which are snacks. Which, that's how the game's meant to be played. Is like, you're just supposed to chug them and hope. As their possession fish that can be exchanged for certain benefits, such as snacks or equipment. When they make camp, those fish can be exchanged now, otherwise known as they're exchanging them for snacks. That's what 90% of them fucking do. When fishers make camp, the group is also able to make contact with the village. Oh no, village talk time. Doesn't really do much though. Oop. Certain scenarios, okay, urgency. You can only... Usually when it comes to like the urgency mechanics, the idea behind that is we need to go fast. You only can rest a certain number of times before you fail. Like, okay, that's fine. But you're going to lose. Yeah, if all your time to make camp are used up, it's going to be tight. Let's just say that. And this is the first official image we kind of see. Again, out of all the images we're seeing, we open up with this fucking anime picture. It sets a very specific tone of what it's kind of going for. However, the first few images are like, okay, spring out game designs. We scroll down a little bit more on this fucking blue sheet of paper. And it's like, okay, here's a weirdly photorealistic bear with this entire thing cut off. Cool. Here's this weirdly detailed photo that's definitely not Japan. It's like, oh, weirdly detailed fish. And then we have like a fucking Ghibli movie, I guess, but like Ghibli movie set in Oregon. I knew this exact looking guy in Oregon. Like, it's like, oh, tone-wise, this game's a little all over the place. Which some people are going to like, some people are really not going to like. What the fuck? Why are you PMing me these things? Why are you PMing me these things? So, create their characters at this point. Stand firm roll. It's like, oh, well, here's a stand firm roll and tagging out. You realize this is the combat section. What they're talking about here. But at the end of the day, what you need to do is you need to come up with how your fisherman works. Like, oh, here's designing this world. Oh no, figure out characters in the narrative. Oh no! Your type is a very basic concept. Kind of how you operate. And these are things like angler, brawler, caregiver, engineer, which you can see are very different, entertainer, the expert, the explorer, gambler, mystic, noodler, or patience, pet, soul searcher, or split tandem. Now, here's the weird thing about these. This is one very strange thing about these things. Some of these are actually very simple. Such as the angler and brawler just give you a flat die bonus in combat. For example, because Dents is an angler, anytime he enters fish combat, he technically is going to be rolling 3d6. Technically, it doesn't really state whether or not, equipment stacks, so he might be rolling 4d6 and being able to just wipe the fucking floor with every fish he comes across because he's an angling god. Like, okay, that's kind of neat. Brawler is pretty standard. You can just punch people really hard. Like, okay, you're a caregiver. When you make camp, you generate 3 snacks. but for every other caregiver in the party, you produce 1 fewer snacks. So if you have, effectively, if you have 2 caregivers, you're only going to be really producing like 2 snacks. It's like, oh, like, why would you ever have more than 1 caregiver? I don't know. Then you have engineering. You begin the scenario with a mining chart. You literally have a dynamite. Immediately end animal combat in your favorite. Yeah, if you start as an engineer, you can just throw a fucking mining. You can throw a piece of dynamite at a bear and win. You know, or you may use it with a dynamite fist in a single fishing location. When you dynamite fish all uncommon and rare fish from that spot, and catch all common fish without a fight. Cool. Mining charges are not part of general equipment. Listen, may not be acquired. And you're going to notice this thing right here. If you are a split, the engineer may not be one of your selected types. You may not have more than 1 engineer in a party. This is a very important fact because like a split is a specific type. And the split changes the nature of, it's like, okay, I'm more confused by the presence of splits than anything else. So the entertainer, that's you gain an extra use encouragement per combat round to a maximum of +2 uses from the entertainer. You start the scenario with a point of pep, which you may spend at any time to remove a point of exhaustion from another fisher. Each time you make camp, you regain your pep point if you used it. This is what we'd like to call a dangling mechanic, which is pretty much, this is never talked about again. This pep point is never referred to again. You could have said at the, you always, at any time any time you can remove this, and you can remove someone's exhaustion by doing that, by using a pep action. Cool. But it's the fact that it's a point of pep. Like, it's making a point that's saying, like, okay, here's a point of pep. Pep is never brought back up. You can't use it for anything else. It's not like a mechanic later down the road, like people can, bank pep or something. No, this is just a unique little ability for the single entertainer. And it's like, okay, this is just a dangling mechanic. It's here, but I don't know why. Which leads to the expert, +1 die to knowing things, which is very broad, which is literally everything. The bonus type does not apply to stand firm rolls or hang on tests in animal combat or fish combat. If you are not a split type, you also start with a mirrored surface gazing fishing technique for free. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, split feels like it's worked in much later. Explore, you got an appetite for adventure. +1 the die from navigating your physical environment. Does not apply to literally everything. And you also get a fist of the zoological fighting technique. Cool. Gambler, twice per combat. After gambits have been revealed, you may withdraw your gambit and roll 1d6. Cool. But here's the weird thing about the gambler. Gambits are actually a how do I want to word? Gambits are a optional mechanic, effectively. Like they say they're an optional mechanic, but they're really not, because it's like a big chunk of the game. Like, oh, for those seeks of challenges, if you are angler build the will all the way in a muddy riverbank in search of their prey, you do not start with a rod or tackle box. However, you've received +1 die on fish and animal combat. You start with 5 free techniques, which you divide however you wish. Fishing techniques, fighting techniques, or versatile techniques. You can noodle things. You pretty much grab fish out of the lake, but you also get a shit ton of new techniques by virtue of being really cool. You take life as it happens. You may ignore stress or exhaustion in all rolls, which is really good. Or you can be a fucking pet, which is literally just you're an animal. You can't use any equipment, but you just receive, you're going to be rolling 3d6 for everything, which is really good. It's like, oh. Yeah, if you are split, pet may not be selected as one of your selected types. Oh, you're a soul searcher. Life's too busy. When you enter select class, choose -1 in animal combat, -1 to fish combat. Start with more equipment. Every time you catch a fish, you may party encounter You may lose the first time you lose combat, and the first time the party enters combat against the fish legend, you instantly learn a technique of your choice. You may not be a selected type, which leads to split. Yeah, so 2 non-split types. At the start of the game, every time you make camp, declare which of the types is active. Only one of the 2 types may be active at a given time. While it is active, you receive its benefits. Makes you adaptable and also brings you more problems. You may never treat tasks as easy. The lowest difficulty you can encounter is normal. That's why I say, like, the split feels like it was added much later. Because it's like, oh, well, you can't use half the fucking things here already, and it's very odd that it's put in. Tandem's kind of the same way. It's like you have an animal friend. Which is like, okay. Yeah, the following 3 ability you use once per scenario. Cool. Like, oh, you can fetch your uncommon fish. Cool. If you're split, tandem may not be one of your selected types. Wow. Type complexity sidebar. Like, even they even say, like, these are the basic ones. These are, like, the more advanced ones. These are the expert ones. Like, how do I want to word this? Some of them seem really useful. Others of them seem kind of more like meme picks. Because in a game about fishing, wouldn't you want to select the fish combat one, like, almost right away? Because these ones are universally good. It's like, oh, well, you may want to select one that lets you do some cool things. Being like, yeah, but, or I can just do the one that gives me an automatic bonus. But it's fun to be an explorer. Be like, yeah, why the fuck would I want to be a gambler? Like, unless it's like, you have to be a gambler or something like that. Temperaments, there's only 3 temperaments, which is kind of weird. These pretty much allow you to manipulate gambits in some way using one of the 3 gambits. If you're easygoing, you can lose 1 stress. If you're using forceful, you can lose dice from their stand firm. You can make them take stress, which is coming out like health. And if you use your gambit, if you're cunning, lose the dice from stand firm. You can give yourself +1 die to your stand firm roll this round. Pretty much how it goes. Very simple. You have your basic kit. Also gets pick 1 free equipment list, the fishing technique or fighting list, or a versatile technique list to round out their kit. Cool. Pick a snack as their free item, they get +3 snacks instead. Neat. Some more fucking that. Then we have equipment. Equipment's pretty standard. They either come into passive, they're passive, consumable, or stackable. Passive equipment is like you get +2 dice the first round of fish combat, or get +1 rounds here. The clarified butter, which you can consume to make shit better. You get more snacks or whatever. The electrofishing backpack, the fishing manual, +1 die to knowing things, and weapons. Cool. Neat. My personal favorite was the single-use Labrador Retriever. It's somewhat mercenary-looking dog with an worn old safety vest and a "Will Fish for Cash" cardboard sign hanging off its flank. I have no idea why the single-use Labrador Retriever consumable was an idea put on someone's head. However, it does sound like I'm trying to eat the Labrador. I don't want to eat the Labrador. But yeah, no, right here. This is what it means by, like, I spend add dice for a single roll. Yeah, or discard stress. Yeah, so this is what I mean by snacks being you're chugging potions, effectively. Soap whites. Some of these are actually very important. You need consumables pretty actively. And, like, they never say if they can stack or not, because you're always going to get a tackle box. You're always going to get some of these things. So when you're fishing and you know what you're doing, you might, like, technically, by virtue of them not saying anything, everything being passive, as a angler, you get 4 extra dice to any time you fish. So it's like, cool. That's kind of neat. Yeah, it's just like, oh, fishing rod, a single-use Labrador Retriever. It's the wolf fish rod. Yeah. fishing techniques. Wow, received whim you may learn during play by consulting the right fish or taught by non-player characters. Because like one of the weird things about items, I should actually mention this about items, is you cannot trade passive items unless you make camp and have them attuned to it better. It's like, okay, I can't give you my sneakers and like you do better until we attune to it. But they also make a weird note about it. I wonder if I can find like the weird note about it. And I always thought was like, what the fuck? Trading passive equipment. This often occurs even if a clever fisher hands like. So all pieces of equipment may be traded freely between characters, but whenever a piece of passive equipment is traded from fisher to fisher, it stops being providing its passive bonus until its new owner has made camp and gotten used to using it. This occurs even if a clever fisher hands their equipment to an NPC and then the NPC hands it to the fisher intended trading partner. This rule stops groups of fishers from hot potatoing a pair of athletic shoes back and forth. Why do you even need to note that down? Who the fuck? That's... What? Because the thing is, this is telling me actually that somewhere along the way, somewhere along the rounds, someone decided that this was fine, and he was like, I need to write a rule in about it. I think that's hilarious. Yeah, so here are some of the fishing techniques. Most of these are pretty simple in a way. Because most of them apply to fishing combat or some version of combat. So it's like first time fish combat, you would lose combat, you instead not. Target number for an even numbered round, you may pick 7. Mirrored surface gazing, tell you what fish you are facing. The Raktastar's reckless abuse. Wind water method, ooh. The fighting techniques, Baleen Banda, the Crocodile Grip, the Marlin Lunge. Most of these do something for, for example, if you like the Pufferfish Retort, when you lose an animal combat, you automatically deal 1 stress to the animal. You may learn this technique up to 3 times. However, the 3rd time you take the technique, add to it, you also inflict 1 stress on all fishers in your party and this activates. It's like, cool. You just do 2 stress. Sacrifice of the Sunfish. Yeah, it's like, this is like the only anime picture in the entire thing, which is the girl from the cover and what was on the Kickstarter. Yeah, here's the defending one, Fist of the Zoologist, and this is like a big thing it does too. I have no idea what compelled you to write it this way, which is, when you take this, you can take it as either a fishing or a fighting technique. If you take this as a fishing technique, you ignore the first point of stress you would take in fish combat. If you take this as a fighting technique, you ignore the first point of stress you take in animal combat. Which is, why not just write it in, you may choose this as either a fishing or a fighting technique, if and with the idea being like, you ignore the first point of stress you would take in the chosen combat. You may learn either version of this technique up to 3 times. Like, this is the same thing written twice, effectively, with slight differences. And it's like this for every single one. And it is this for literally every single one of these. And I have no idea why. Yeah, it's normally or indulge in heroic delusions. As fish combat, if you took it as a fishing technique, or every animal you took it as a fighting technique, choose to fight normally, indulge in heroic delusions. Yeah, so it's like you get more dice, but you're cool. So this is the sad thing. This is fish combat, and this is also how normal combat works. Fish combat is not as cool as I was hoping it would be. I was expecting this entire fucking thing to be about fish combat. It is not. So, at the end of the day, fish combat occurs when a fisherman sets an edge body of water and announces their intention to fish it. Picks the fish from the fish area that matches the body of water being fished. Let out fish against the fisher. So, Broken into rounds. At the start of every odd-numbered round, the fisher picks a number between 1 and 7, and at the start of every even-numbered round, the fisher picks a number. The number roll picks the target number for the round stand firm. The target number is for the round has been set. Both fisher and fish make a stand firm roll. They each try to meet or exceed the target number that was picked. So let's say, for example, I'm making a stand firm roll. I'm going to, it's round 1. The fish says it's going to be target number 4. I've got my four dice. I've rolled a 6. Cool. I'm good. Let's see what the fish. Let's say he's rolling 3 dice. He rolls a 5. We both stand firm. Nothing occurs. He immediately goes on to the next round. I get to choose. Let's say one of us failed. That person who failed would take a stress. Takes 1 stress, and then you make a hang on test, which is just you roll the same amount of dice, but it's target number 3 now. If you succeed, you hold on. It's actually not target number 3, it's target number 4 because you have 1 stress. That's where things get a little bit wonky. If you succeed at that, it's over. However, if anybody fails the hang on test, that person loses. That's the big idea. You lose if you fail the hang on test. At the end of the day, that is all what this game is. It's about building up the stress of one character to the point where they fail this test. Usually it's about 3 or 4. Usually at about 2 stress, it becomes a lot less likely. Because not only is it getting harder for that, if you select let's say for example, the fish has 2 stress, and you can take that stress pretty easily, or you have something to mitigate the stress, like chugging snacks. What you can do is set it at TN5, and then suddenly, well, cool, the fish is almost impossible to succeed at that, or even if he does, he has to roll above a 7. So unless he's rolling really well, he's not going to be able to do it, which is not entirely likely. But remember, the point of exhaustion is just still applied to each roll. And that's happens. When you finish it, you clear all the stress. If you fail the hang on test, you either get caught or you gain a point of exhaustion. Yeah, it's just like if fish loses combat, it's landed, the fisher gets the catch bonus. Fish loses combat, goes away, vanishing the current location. Other fish, same species, might still be catchable there. This particular fish is gone and suffers exhaustion. Yeah, if you both lose, technically you gain exhaustion, but the fish is still caught. And when you make camp, you can cash in all your fish for stuff. And it's like, that's it? Huh? That can't be it. Because then you can select advanced combat. Because if you choose advanced combat, you can choose to make a gambit. If you make a gambit for something, if you win, cool. If you consult here, if you choose force beats finesse, finesse beats cunning, cunning beats force. That's pretty much the basic idea. Oh, Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. Hello, phone. I'm talking about fish. Let's see. Why'd you send me... Never good when I get a Twitter article. Well, let's see, everybody. What kind of Twitter article did I get from my mother? Let's play a game. Oh. No, no. She just sent me a thing about an ostrich. I love my mom to death, guys. That on do not disturb. But yeah, so if you win the gambit, you lose 2 dice. You lose 2 dice from your next roll. Losing dice cannot be in the fish below 1. However, but each die the fisher is unable to lose due to already being at 1 die. A snack used that fisher will have no effect this round. So if you have 3 dice, you lose 3. If you have 1 dice, you lose 2 dice. You're technically at -1. You can use a snack, which again you're encouraged to do, but nothing's going to happen. You're always going to roll 1 dice. And that's how gambits work. Literally, that's it. It's not the hang on test, it's just the stand firm rule. And then we have straining, which is you can strain your combat. You can give up a number of dice in order to remove an equal number of dice from your opponent. So let's say I have 4, they have 2. And they have 2 dice. What I can do is, after a game, I'm like, okay, I can strain 2 of my dice. I can strain 1 of my dice, and they get to take 1 of their dice. So I'm rolling 3, they're only rolling 1 now. Cool. And at that point, what I can do is be a dick and say, roll above a 6. Like, wow, look everyone, I rolled a 6. Oh no, I rolled a 2. Kind of that idea. So, you need to strain dice, but you can strain by, eating snacks. So, here's the thing. Here's the when I said that snacking was quite literally a endurance match, I wasn't lying. One of the big things that you have to do is you're going to chug snacks. That is how you win this game. You chug snacks. You're eating 5 fucking granola bars at a time to make sure that you get dice, strain their dice so they can't do anything. Then you roll, then they roll, then you roll again, then they don't have their dice, you don't have your dice, and that's literally all. It's a resource management game at the end of the day. And I told my friend this, and I thought he was going to kill someone when I informed him of this unfortunate reality. He was very sad because he hates resource management. And yeah, because everything is actually 1v1. Your friends can't help you do that unless you tag in, which is a completely different mechanic. And when bad, you should never tag in. If you yell encouragement, you can ignore stress or exhaustion for the duration of the current roll, but you only get a certain number of yell encouragements per round. But it's twice per round, but you can only do yell encouragement from certain people. However, if there's not enough people there, you can only do 1, but you can also do 2 rounds to ignore 2 points of stress, but it's also just a fucking mess. And it's oh, Jesus. A particular dire circumstance, a fisherman may engage in fish combat and tag out. Which, if you tag out, they clear all the stress, they take exhaustion. However, if they strain, they is immediately returned to the fish and they may not rejoin that particular fish combat. However, if someone tags in, they take 2 stress immediately, which is really bad, and I still attempt to pass hang on test. Ow. Yeah, this is one of the weird, during all of this, the eggy dice, the fish had strained away, remain strained away, and these strained dice are immediately applied to the fisher tagging in. This means that if a new fisher strains 2 dice, the active fisher tags out, new fisher tags in, the new fisher takes 2 stress from tagging in, and has to make a hang-on test with 2 dice strained away. I find it very strange that this system is really punishing for what it's trying to do, because the entire idea is man, I'm getting really tired, I can't hold on to this fish any longer. And it's let me help. Tag in, they grab the rod, they're fighting with it, oh my goodness, I've got it. But it's super fucking punishing to do this, and if you fuck it up and oh, they strained a bunch of dice, and it's you automatically lose. It's really unable to land. It's really punishing unless you have someone literally in the back, such as Dents here. And why I say Dents would be good, because he's got a net. When he gets tagged in, he only takes 1 stress from the whole thing, and he's already a master fucking angler at it. So even if he is forced to kind of take a few pieces of straight, even if he does take a couple pieces of strain, he's going to be pretty okay. And he's pretty good. If he's allowed to take easy going, if he uses finesse, instead of dice loss, he can reduce stress by 1. Which means yeah, he can just kind of mitigate the entirety of it. It's yeah, there are 14 steps to combat technically. But it's also really dull. And here's also this random piece of artwork in the middle that's apparently sized France. Animal combat works the exact same way. That's kind of the idea. However, whenever Fisher wins combat, they only remove 1 die from the animal pool. Yeah. The idea being that if you're pretty much at a disadvantage if there are multiple people trying to fight one thing, you get a lot less. Which I thought was kind of weird, but I think it's supposed to balance things out. Because if you make 3 gambits and you succeed, instead of removing 6 dice from the fucking animal, you're only going to be removing like 1. It's, they suffer animal loss penalty. Yeah. It's very, animal combat seems really, I wouldn't say tacked on, but it's like, let's try to, fishing combat was written first, and then they put animal combat on top of it. Because it's a lot of like, well, in fishing combat, we did this, this, and this. Here's how you slightly change some things. The animal strain first. Wow. Fishes have to give up a combined number of dice equal to the number of fishes that are currently in combat in order to strain 1 die from the animal. Because remember, multiple people fighting an animal puts you at a severe disadvantage at literally everything you fucking do. It's like, oh, okay. As the number of fishers in combat dwindles, straining becomes easier. So in case single fisher versus a bear, it is entirely likely that one of the most optimal things you can do is just completely fuck one or 2 characters over, just have them die horribly, and have like 1 or 2 like combat monkeys just absolutely obliterate everything. Number of dice equal to half the number of officials currently in combat from a fisher. It's like, oh my god, like okay, who should strain, encountering multiple attackers. They kind of tag in and tag out, and this is a really weird system for combat. It's a really like overly detailed version of combat. Also, man, that layout designer, $3,000 really does go a long way. Like, here's all the animal combat. Like, oh, we got strain here. We got to make it through this here. Straining is important because you got to remember you're straining, but you also need to chug snacks the entire time to mitigate the strain, or to get more dice to strain your dice better, and it becomes a endless cycle of standing there chewing on a granola bar and punching a bear in the face, and it's not nearly as cool as what it sounds like. Because you can still instantly lose if you roll poorly. If you roll poorly on your hang-on roll, you're over. It's fucking, you're just dead. There's nothing you can do about it. Everything relies on a single roll on whether or not you get hit. And it's like, oh. Yeah, it's like, yeah, fisher and animal combat, half in mixed combat, lose combat. Well, there's still fisher and fish combat. At the end of the round, the fisher and the fish combat loses the fish combat, then loses the animal combat as well. Try saying this 5 times fast. Yeah. 1 player mixed combat. Yeah, fish takes 1 stress at the end of each round, fights in fish combat only. Yeah. That's where the meat of the game comes from, actually. It's just this resource management heavy, like, okay, let me look at my dice here. Okay, I'm going to strain away you 2. We're going to roll here. Okay, nope, gotta roll that. We roll that. Okay, nothing good. Take it back, roll it again, do it again, over and over and over again. It's like, who thought this was a good idea? Like, is this fun? Like, I don't really see this as entertaining. Because I look at like the thing for me anyway is I gotta be like, my math brain kicks in. My lizard brain goes overdrive and shit like this. And my brain is saying, I gotta optimize this. I look at my little dice pool here, and I'm looking at it being like, okay, if I chug 2 snacks, I get this many dice. But if I strain these 2, that means he doesn't have these 2. But if I strain a 3rd dice, I'm allowed to do this, and if I do that, I get another dice here. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to be giving a shit about the fucking fish combat or the fact that I am fishing. I'm going to be looking at my little dice numbers and trying to put out all the numbers in my head to make sure that everything is working correctly, to double check everything. And it's like, okay, cool. I've crunched the numbers and I've won. Like I've crunched the numbers, and as long as I don't roll a fucking 1, I'm good, but you can still roll a 1. Bass fighting. Most fish are going to have about 3 to 4 dice as well. That's all they really get. Let's say you're fighting a bass fish. This is their special. Remove an additional die from the fisher on a successful force gambit. When a fisher succeeds on a hang-on test against the fishing bass, they take 1 stress. They permanently lose a die at the end of the 2nd and 5th rounds. Most of the fish actually start losing dice pretty consistently over time. Most of them, because they're just getting tired, and they're losing, it goes on 1 die, no, 3 die, 4 dice. Technically, if you fight a bass for 5 rounds, they're only going to have 2 dice, which is going to be much easier to actually grab them, but you're also going to be spiking your stress. You may choose to have your first successful force gambit inflict 2 stress. Yep, you convert each fighting bass into 2 snacks, and all of these do something slightly different. Every single one of them. Every single one. And it's like, you want to do vegetarian piranha? Yeah, you can do it. Tiger puffer fish. They're right here. Here's all the little notes. This is where a vast majority of the game actually comes in, is hunting all the fish and making sure everything's in the right habitat. When they say this is a fishiary, they're not lying. Here's a pickpotopus. And again, this is my 1980s Japanese inspired game. Pike voracious, saltfish wild, smelt tornadoes, the invasive snakehead, the false soul, leaping sturgeons, the anchovies. If we go down here, these are the legendary fish. If you catch the legendary fish, you win. You did it. You win the game if you get the legendary fish. The standard fish of legend has 6 dice. Ignores the number of points of stress equal to 2 plus the number of fishers in the party. Because this is actually how the game most of the time mitigates you absolutely damaging it. Which is okay. Like, instead of like, you've taken 4 stress, being like, no I haven't. I take no stress. It's like, cool. Like, and even with this one, it's just like, the first time it lose combat, it doesn't lose combat. Cool. It's like, yep, time just to fish constantly. Fishing, yay. Anchovies flies under its own power. You can catch these. When again, they inflict 1 stress. Cool. The si ce n'est ça poisson. Like, some of these are just complete fucking memes. This is the one that's really weird. Let's see. Extra special. When combat begins, the poison reaches through the veil between reality and fiction and enters combat with both the players and the fishers, forcing the players to observe a series of strange new axioms. While in combat with the poison, the player controlling the active fisher must keep a d6 balanced on their head. Every time it falls off, the player's fisher takes 1 stress. To siphon off some of the unreality by drawing pictures of it. Each time a player draws and submits a picture of the poison to the SP during combat, the poison takes 1 stress. Fortunately, the poison is a potent creature, and the SP not avoid rolling and bury it under artwork. Controlling the active fisher may make a roll. That player must wait no longer than 1 minute before rolling. If they wait longer than 1 minute after being prompted to roll, they lose combat automatically. Been reduced to a story, a tabletop game that you and friends are currently playing through. Yeah, the Pisces. Yeah, Stingray of near universal levitation. The last mini whale. Like, there's a lot of these, like special fish here, but it's also like, cool. That's fine. Here's some just common animals that you can do. Kind of the same thing. Like, oh wow, you ignore two stress. Or hey, here's a giant mountain leech. Here's a last tip snake. Wow. There's a freaker bat. Remorseless water buffaloes. Vengeful goose. True mountain lions. Singing lynx. Again. Welcome to Japan, 1980s. I do not know why they did this. Burrow gators, salamander giant, tengoose, pentagoose. This is the crow with a knife. And then we have some NPCs of like, oh, here's some missions for you. Alternate settings. These ones are funny. These are the really funny ones. Because there's a cyberpunk setting in this book for some fucking reason. Fish of the North Star. With no images for some reason, because they hate you and they don't want you to have fun. The Graspin Crawdhead lineage. Yeah, all the fish of the North Star isn't here. They don't do anything. Or ICEFISCSHING. Yeah, this is literally the cyberpunk fishing RPG. I don't know why this is here, but it's like, here's this giant fucking thing here. Jovian. Let's see. Based on the future space whaling simulator Jovian Slayer. What is this? I wrote a game. Let's see. What is Jovian Sleigh Ride? You're a gamer. I'm a composer. Let's start something. Drop the musical sketch of Jovian Sleigh Ride. You know, you can play a crew. You best case survival. What? Jovian Sleigh Ride TTRPG? Is that it? That it? No. Like, literally, it's like a request about it. In Jovian Chronicles, because Jovian Chronicles is actually kind of cool. Fuck, I'm now I'm invested. Now I need to find Josh Berkowitz Geller. 7 years ago. Here's his YouTube channel. Yeah, if you look like the kind of guy who would say something like this. That's not him. TSE Pegasystems, LinkedIn. I don't know who he is. Socialism seriously. Okay, that's not him, obviously. Adam Kraus. Adam Kraus, TTRPG. University of Texas, Harvard, Director of Digital Strategy. What the fuck? Now I'm like just curious at this point. Jovian Sleigh Ride. Jovian Sleigh Ride. Yeah, like, this is the only thing that gets mentioned. Weird. Interesting. I'll have to, I'll do a little bit of digging and see if I can't find anything on that. Yeah, so, but yeah, here's an entire thing here that's kind of like this, like, haha, Lamau, look, everyone, it's a fucking space. Like space, use some random ass settings. This is $13, by the way. Like, I don't know why. Example fishers. Again, welcome to Japan, everybody. With Arwen Weathersacks. I do love the definitively Japanese name of Arwen Weathersacks. You can tell how Japanese she is. Let's see. Elliot. He doesn't even have a last name. Cool. Thanks, Elliot. He's a explorer expert. He's easygoing. Finn Troutbane, a Goliath mini bear. Yeah, here's a bear. Teresa Thresher Hesher. Yeah, again, another very Japanese name. You can tell she's very Japanese. Tiger. I guess she could try to be Japanese, but I'm not really. Yeah, like, here's how to run games for people. Here's a bunch of scenarios. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sure do love scenarios. Where is the... Okay, so, here's also the seasonal migration of the Trans-Pacific slaughter eels. Nice village you got there. Seasonal migration. Here's a literal full-on tower defense game. Yes, a tower defense game. In case you're wondering, no, I do not know why there's a fucking tower defense game in this. There's no reason for there to be a fucking tower defense game in it, but there is. You don't fish at all in it, you just tower defense. We demand an aquarium. Legacy mode. Yeah, it's like a board game. That's cool. So yeah, that's a roguelike legacy. Now, fuck you. Fuck you. Possibly the first of its kind. Okay, here's the thing with rod reel and fist. Here's the issue. I would say there's three big issues with this game at its fundamental fucking core. There's three major issues. The first one is pretty simple. What's here is not actually what you're playing. That's one thing you kind of got to remember. Is that you are... I don't want to word this. This is not an anime game. I want you to remember that right now. This is not an anime game. This is a fishing game with two fucking pieces of anime artwork in it. 2. Not 3, not 4, 2. And it's specifically of just this girl and the cover. If you're going into this being like, oh, this is going to be like an anime game. It's not a fucking anime game. This game looks like ass. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to be like, I'm going to beat around the bush and be like, oh, no. No, this game looks like complete ass. It's just like, most things are just like this wall of fucking text. Being like, oh boy, like, or you end up with things like, this looks terrible. Just like this weird random image in the middle of a sheet of paper. Like, not even like a little thing around. I'm like, I'm not going to call myself a graphic design fucking genius, but I don't charge money for my games. And the artwork's all over the place. It's like, oh, here's this. This looks completely fucking different from everything else. There's no consistency. Game looks like complete ass. So if you're going into this being like, it's going to be like an anime game or something, it's not. If the entire game looked like this, cool, I could make it, that could work. If the entire game looked like this, it was just kind of like this cheap-ass looking anime, cool, that would be fine. But it's really not. And that's the thing, it's really not. The game just doesn't look very good, so it's kind of unappealing to read. Which leads into my second biggest issue with this game. At its fundamental core, this is an RPG about managing a small dice pool. Yeah, you're fishing, but the fishing doesn't... It's like, okay, time to fish. Okay, let me just double check my numbers. Fishing by itself isn't actually very interesting. It's relying on the fact that it's the, quote, fishing RPG, end quote, but doesn't really capitalize off of it, really. And I know that's kind of ridiculous to say, being like, it's a fucking fishing game. What do you want? You know, what are you looking for? And that's kind of the issue, is like, why is there a full tower defense minigame in here? Why? Why are half the fish sound ridiculous and don't even feel... Like, the game does boil down just to resource management. And if you're okay with that, then yeah, it's going to be fine. But if you want something actually like more here, this isn't going to be it. It's 288 pages for what amounts to about a 12-page game. The actual game is about a page. There isn't actually very much here, strictly mechanically speaking. Most of this is, here's a bunch of fish, cool, look, it's funny. Like, it's... I wasn't digging it. I think the third big issue for me, anyway, the thing that didn't really activate my almonds, really, is for all its presentation, for what it says it is, for everything of what it's doing, it really doesn't do itself any favors. If this was a 50-page fucking game that was right to the point, had a weirdly detailed fishing like a fishing game in it, and it was over and done, and very tightly designed, I could see it working. I'm like, cool. If there were a shit ton more options for every fisherman, cool. If the fishing mini game was a lot more extravagant and a lot more like in depth, like you had like it's like weirdly in depth, cool. Or the fact that it was just a full-on anime game with fishing being like a weird side note. It's the fishing mini game of the JRPG. Always essential, but never like a priority. If that were the case, then I could see it work. But it's not selling. It doesn't sell itself to me very much. There just isn't quite enough there. And what is there is, it's not a fishing adventure game, it's a dice management adventure game. And that kind of sucks for me. And it's like, okay, fine, fuck, I don't care. You know, it's kind of like you walk away and you just like, okay, cool, fine, whatever. And it's like, oh, here's all these cool alternate settings. It doesn't change anything, though. Like, this doesn't change anything, and you're not really embracing the setting, obviously, with the example fishers. And, like, oh, here's all the setting, like, here's all the scenarios, being like... It's more like you're making points to change something in the scenario. Yeah, that's the idea, being like, you're changing things to fit the scenarios rather than using the game as a bonus to actually change anything. And it's like... Okay, fine, whatever. I'm not as invested anymore. That's the issue. I'm not really like, cool, that's just fine, I guess. Let me just walk away. I don't care anymore. It's a gimmick. That at the end of the day really does boil down what this game is. It's like, whoa, it's a fishing first of its kind. Players take on the role of heroic fish trying to save a villain man. It's truly legendary. Simple but deep. Rock, paper, scissors, dice, combat system, resource management. It's like, if you really break it down to it, this is what they first kind of like sell you on it. It's like, it's a fishing RPG. And if you really just want a fishing RPG to say you've played a fishing RPG, that's what you're gonna get. Endless adventure. No. Build your world. Cool, like... You're putting weighing risk versus... Yeah, this is really what the game is. It's a rock, paper, scissors, dice combat system. That's just resource management. That's really all it is. And chugging snacks. Just chugging snacks. Yeah, that's rod, reel, and fist. A little disappointed by that one. It just didn't really sell itself to me as well as I was hoping it would. Really, it did not do what I was hoping. So the final game we're going to go over, I'm not going to spend too long on this game, because I don't hate myself as much. Welcome to a game you've probably heard about. Welcome to Invisible Sun. Yes, Invisible Sun. What is Invisible Sun? Let's do a little bit of a looking around, shall we? Invisible Sun, at the end of the day, is Monte Cook's Nightmare, not the song by the Police. This is Monte Cook's cock and ball torture RPG. I think that's the best way to really summarize it. This was originally the Black Cube RPG. Yes, the Black Cube. It came in this massive fuck off cube, and now to buy the Invisible Sun PDF, you need to pay $99. $99 to get the full experience. And they even have here's how to play the 48-minute long how to play the RPG video. And this is what was in the Black Cube. Let's take a second. This was what people actually bought. This was the Black Cube. This was a massive, gigantic thing that you could buy to have your authentic experience. Everything you needed in the game was actually right here. This game is 4 books, mind you. 4 books. Multiple character portfolios, and a giant fucking hand statue, which is what holds the Sooth card, which is a completely fucking different thing, by the way. And all these cards. To give you an idea, so... 4 hardcover books, totaling 600 pages of game and setting content. That's half again the page count of one of our typical core books, such as Numenera. Roughly 1,000 cards, that's equal to 200 pages of book content, and most part cards do not duplicate text in book. That's 3 to 4 times the size of a typical Magic the Gathering core set, or twice the number of cards in a typical deck building game like Dominion. The Sooth deck, a beautiful tarot-like deck that's instrumental to gameplay. The Path of the Sun's game board, which uses with the Sooth deck, the Testament of the Suns, a resin cast figure which displays the current Ascendant Sooth card, the wide variety of tokens and tracking game info, a setting of custom Invisible Sun dice, tube cloth mats, GM notebook, character tomes, similar in function to character sheets and other RPGs for all 4 orders plus apostates, the character grimoire pad, 5 pre-generated characters, loads of in-setting handouts and props, a gorgeous art book, and the Invisible Sun app is free. All of this you could have gotten. Now, it was on Kickstarter, and they needed $210,653. And they managed to score $664,274, quite a bit from 1,846 backers. Now let's do a little bit of math, shall we? 1,860. That's roughly about $357 per buyer. If you want, the cheapest you could get the Black Cube was about $200. Yes, $200 if you wanted to get the Call of the Black Cube. If you wanted to get if you wanted to get control of the Black Cube, it's going to cost about $539. Or Ritual of the Black Cube for $863. Now, the one that really, for $9,999, you could become the Sovereign of Secrets. I summon the Infinite Black Cube from the Void and gather all its secrets. I can receive a unique copy of the Invisible Sun game. Summon the Infamous Black Cube. So, the box is a one-of-a-kind copy of the game. It is a work of art unto itself, made with metal fittings and unique embellishments utilizing a variety of materials. A signed and personalized box, including a number of personalized secrets within that Monte creates for me. Path of the Sun's board will be a wood and unique, different from the Bind of Black Cube board. 4 main books will be leather hardcovers, each with different color patterns, demon skin look. I also get a second special box, the Ever Secret box. This unique wooden box contains a number of Monte's original notes and sketches while creating Invisible Sun. The directed campaign run by Monte, including direct contact with Monte to gain advice and suggestions just for me. All stretch goal rewards unlocked in the campaign My conjuration includes special sterling silver versions of all 8 sun medallions, and I get early access to the game's rules. I'll also be able to meet with Monte and the entire Monte Cook Games design team for an in-person game session in Seattle. Travel expenses to Seattle not included. Yep. Someone actually paid $9,999 for all of that. 25 people paid $1,500, and some people were so people were paying about $1,500 for some of these games, for some of these. And these aren't even detailing the add-ons that people were doing. Oh, you want to buy the Testament of Suns? Very different. Oh, the early playtest access, that's $152 right off the bat. Character tomes, that's $23 a piece. For 5 blank copies of each type of tome. The Grimoire pad, the cloth map, the magnet set. Don't forget about the figure set. That's important. The order medallions, that's cool. That's cool. Like, let's see, it unlocked pretty much everything. All the books, all the binds, all the ephemera cards, all the spell cards, all the artifact cards, all the tokens, all the dice, the secret envelope. What active sun on the day they cast their spell to summon their black cube. The cloth map, the poster map, the guiding hand, all the different sun medallions, all the references, all the artwork, all the directed campaign information. They're all different player handouts, all the Book of M, the second cloth map, the Secrets of the Silence Trade, Viscera Kit, Tetralogy, the figure set, the threshold, the slipcase, the nightshade, and props and posters. And everything else here, because this is a fucking nightmare. This is literally what you're getting. This is the box. This is what you paid for. It was $200 for the privilege of this. Everything here. Now, Monte Cook, for those who don't know, Monte Cook is a special creature. Monte Cook is perhaps Monte Cook is a fascinating human being. That's one of the big things, because Monte Cook is one of the fundamental people behind 3rd edition. And anytime people... How do I want to... Monte Cook was one of the essential people behind the concept of... how do we want to word this? Ivory tower design. He really liked games to be built in a very certain way. He wanted you to have a, very, very dedicated look on how things. He's best known for his work on D&D. He's fundamental for 3rd edition. That's one of the key things. 3rd edition does not happen without Monte Cook. And when he made Monte Cook games, he pretty much released his first game, which was Numenera. Numenera was a game. Numenera has its own issues. It was actually a very fascinating game. It actually did very good. And, well... Numenera would eventually be able to kind of morph itself into the Cypher system. The Cypher system is kind of their... You could call their generic system. It's for all the games that they've been using. So you want to play Numenera, you're going to be using the Cypher system. You want to play whatever their fucking superhero game is, you're going to be using. The big thing with the Cypher system is that it's a very directed game, with the idea being that you're going to have things like this. You're not going to be a warrior. You're going to be a rugged warrior who stands like a bastion, a guarded adept who keeps a magic ally, perhaps a graceful explorer who moves like the wind. The entire idea is that you're going to be a adjective noun who does X and Y, who does X. That is kind of how the game works. You usually have your type, and then you have your descriptor and your focus. That is how the game actually functions. It's a very simple game. And Cipher System itself is a D10 game most of the time. And every time you want to do something, you're going to take a D10. Yeah, you're usually just, that's how the game works. Most of the time, you can say that the base version of the Cipher System, how it works is it's a D20 game at its core. So let's say you have difficulty 3, you're going to need to roll a 9 or higher on it. Congratulations. Invisible Sun actually uses a D10 variant of the game in which it's just beat the level, which is literally the same thing. Everything has a level of some kind, and you're going to be spending pools to do it. Sometimes they use XP, this one does not. You also see this, the ciphers, not surprisingly, like the heart of the Cipher System. One-use abilities that the characters gain over the course of play in many games. This is used, and this is one of the parts that people usually don't like as much with the Cipher System. Because one of the big things with Cipher is that you're constantly spending a resource to get another resource, or spending X to receive Y, or spending X, Y, and Z to receive something else. The Cipher System is very resource driven. Some people really like that, other people don't really like it. Numenera has its fans, and Numenera has the people who fucking despise it, because at the end of the day, using those pools of resources is what the game is actually built around. An Invisible Sun is no different. And as you can kind of see here, like, let's see, you can buy the next basic version. Let's see, what settings are there? What games use the Cipher System? What games use the Cipher System? Tell me more. So we have Numenera, obviously, which is technically on its 2nd edition, I believe. Invisible Sun, which is only 1 edition. Hopefully will never be another edition. The kid version, which is No Thank You Evil. And then the basic Cipher System, which led into the Strange, which is... Yes, it's like Victorian London of Sherlock Holmes, but it's also your favorite novel or movie. It's just things that you can do whenever you feel like. It's the second generic system. It's kind of weird. I'm not a huge fan of Cipher System. Yeah, it looks like they have a new game coming out. We'll do a little bit of looking here. Claim the Sky is out now. Claim the Sky is the next big suit. Looks like it's a superhero RPG. Using the same system, I'm assuming. Because that's, if you got a system, you're just going to use it. So I might check this out. Yep, World of Cipher System, Extreme Ciphers, Unmasked. So, yep, here's your Cipher System. Like, has anyone actually done anything with Invisible Sun? Invisible Sun. Has anyone actually really done anything with Invisible Sun over time? Let's see, is anyone... Monte Cook, Looking for an Escape, Bask and Glow, the RPG, How to Play Invisible Sun. Like, most of the time, it's Monte Cook talking about Invisible Sun. You would think for a game that someone paid $10,000 for, there would be quite a bit of hype around it, or there would be people actively playing it, and the answer is no, not really. Because this game's weird. Because I'm going to show you every single book you need to actually play this game. So, this is book 1, the key. This is book 2, the gate. This is the way. This is the path. This is book 5, the secrets of Silence Street. This is book 6, the book M. This is tetralogy. This is the threshold. This is Nightside. This is the Solarity of Secrets. This is kind of like some of the introduction stuff that people were talking about. I managed to acquire quite a bit of things using some using my favorite people. Here's the self-print object, the Ephemerma deck, which is pretty much the cipher system. Here are the incantations, which are like little one-shot spells. Here's the objects of power deck. Here's the Sooth deck. Very important you get the Sooth deck played correctly, because if you don't have the Sooth deck, are you really playing the game? Here's the spell deck. Here's the Vance spell deck, which you really do need to actually get this to look correct, because if you don't have the Vance spell correct, you're going to have a bad time, because Vances have a very specific look at things. Here's the Weaver aggregate cards as well. You're going to need your Weaver aggregates if you're playing a Weaver character. Yes, all of these are variously important to the actual game. However, the best way to think about it is, if we go over here, Book 1, the key is your player's handbook. The gate, this is kind of more like a GM, like let's talk about how the game actually works, as well as more of like the GM section of like, here's how the world works, here's how things operate. Oh boy, and some characters and shit like that, and like how all the Sooth decks work. All the way up here. Here's the way, which is pretty much how the magic works in this game about magic. This is a completely different thing. And mind you, they don't tell you any of this shit. You need to actually get out the cards, and you need to sort through the cards to have them do it. Which also then leads to the path, which is a completely different and like different idea to everything else. I'm going to tell you this right now about Invisible Sun. Invisible Sun is what happens when you have someone who is far too creative with 0 restrictions placed upon him. You get shit. Because I hate this game. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you all a very, very simple rundown of the lore. Pretty much, at one point you were all wizards, but the problem was there was a big ass war that occurred in Wizard Land under the Indigo Sun. But oh no, Wizard Land gets destroyed, and you all retreat away. You all fall back into the shadow, which is pretty much our world. You've been recalled back to the Magic Land, but everything's fine after the war has ended. But oh no, the scars of war are still present. So you have re-entered society, kind of changed because of your time in the shadow, but kind of trying to rebuild your old life back in this magical reality. I'm going to give you all a secret here. Lore is stupid. Because the problem is, it's not presented well. Because if you want to get the lore, you're going to have to go through everything. You're going to need to read every single aspect of this fucking game to understand it. And mind you, the big thing is, oh, there's contradictions. Everything contradicts each other. That's the point. You're contradicting yourself right now by even looking at the book. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. You're wrong, but correct at the same time, because the entire idea is that you are stewards of the invisible sun, Visula. The most Visulae means children of Visula. That's who you are called. You're the Visulae. You can use magic. All Visulae characters in one common. They exiled themselves to the shadow long ago to avoid the war, and return to their homes in the actuality. Because reality is called actuality. But don't worry, it's a fantasy thing, and everybody can use magic. But not really use magic, because that's not how this fucking game works, because fuck you. You don't get to have fun. Fuck off. So, you are claiming and rebuilding a life abandoned long ago, which is the mean you're going to be fighting. Because that's how this game works. Which is kind of one of the issues we're going to talk about a little bit. So obviously we're bringing in the man, the myth, the legend. We're bringing in Manletiovsi, the Ramboy himself, who's a bizarre ardent of the Order of the Makers who wanders in delirium. As you can see, he has slowly become a wine mom over time. You have all his thoughts. He's got his little house. He has his psychic protections. We have all his pools set up properly. You may realize that this is a very empty board, and that's because, well, I wanted it to be empty because there's a lot here, and I didn't really want to think about it too hard. Truth be told, this is just a really fucking big book of stuff. Because one thing to note about this game as well is that everything is big. Because let me bring up Invisible Sun, let me do this, let me bring up the... I want to bring up the character. They're not called character sheets, they're character tomes. Because every single class, effectively, has a different character tome. This is the Maker character tome. Yes, this is 22 by 11.5. This is a gigantic fuck-off book, effectively, that you have to fold. This is effectively a 4-page character sheet. And that 4-page character sheet is unique to every single class. And it's like, holy shit. What the fuck are you on about, man? Mango, what are you on? So, everyone lives in Citrine, which is the magic super city, but it's also not the magic super city, because everyone's sad. And don't forget about the Path of the Sun. The Path of the Sun is very important, because that's doing stuff, I think. I didn't read this far, because I got bored. I'm going to be honest with you. I only read the player's handbook, because generally speaking, I didn't care enough. I was just getting more and more bored with it and questioning why I wasn't just playing Mage the Ascension. My throat's getting shredded, by the way. Like, yeah, here's the key points, and it's half the fucking page. And it's like, okay, here's the news sphere. What's it mean to become a Visalay? Secret language. Like all things, secret names, give them power. Gotta create a Visalay character. But don't worry, we can't just create a Visalay character. We've got to consult the Sun Hand, which is the Tor Da Ku Ta La Va, which is very important to create your own character. But of course, apostates, who are completely different from everybody else, have a completely different way of handling things. So yeah, you're going to use the Testament of Suns. Unless you don't feel like using the Testament of Suns. But if you're help you all. If you're an apostate, you use Virtu La Ka Da instead of Tor Da Tu Ka La Ver. Very different. Very different. We got to go over. The big thing is we got to choose our role-playing style. We got to choose our order, our heart, our forte, our soul, our foundation, our character arc, and then create the bonds of the initial group. And that is how we actually play the game. So we're going to choose this, and next we have to choose our order. Pretty much there are 4 main orders in the game. There are Goiks, who summon people. This is the big idea with them, is that they summon demons, they're summoning enemies. They're pretty much bringing people into our world or into their world to do things. Makers, on the other hand, create things. It's almost like that's in the fucking name. They're makers, even. Weavers, on the other hand, weave spells into existence. They are very, odd. Their magic is very strange and mystical and kind of flows a lot more. Then you have Vancians, which are quite literally Vancian magic, the game. He did put in Vancian magic because Monte Cook may claim he's making something that isn't D&D, but the man can never write anything other than D&D at the end of the day, because unfortunately, Monte Cook likes to suck cock. In Minecraft. Then you have apostates, which are a secret class that kind of just do whatever the fuck they feel like, whenever the fuck they want. In case this makes literally no sense to anybody, that's the point. As an apostate, you just kind of write in whatever feels vaguely appropriate because you're an apostate. And it kind of feels right, so yeah, do it. Who cares? You're an apostate. That's the point. You choose your heart, which is kind of like your starting, that's like your starting class, effectively. Your forte, which is like your super special abilities, which are only limited number of fortes, which is very important. and then you choose your soul, which is, it's completely a different thing, but you should never use your soul at all. And we got to build our foundation. Can't forget about our foundation and our shadow skill and our memento and our quirk and our connections. Don't forget about the neighborhood. We got to choose a character arc, which the character arc is how we level up by completing the arc. That's how we get experience points by completing the arcs. And then we got to form our bonds with different characters. But if are you playing development mode? If you're playing development mode, that's a completely different fucking thing. You aren't playing development mode. You're going to be playing adventure action mode, but you're also going to be able to also possibly switch to role-playing mode if you want. But mostly you're going to be playing in action mode, kind of going into their development mode. It's a completely different thing for a completely different set of reasons. Because for some reason, Monte Cook likes to huff his own fucking shit, apparently, because he thinks it's made of daffodils. If you haven't noticed yet, I do not like this game. I do not like it. It is very silly. It's a very silly game. And because it is a very silly game, it's amusing to me. So, acumen in crux. The way to determine the big thing is how you gain experience points is through the acquisition of acumen. That's pretty much how it goes, and in turn, crux. Acumen is more like your basic like XP, while crux is the combination of joy and despair. If you experience happy things, you get joy. If you experience sad things, you get despair. 1 joy plus 1 despair equals 1 crux. And I actually like this. Here's the thing. I like the idea of that you want to experience happiness and you want to experience despair, actually level up a little bit more. Too much joy, not enough despair, you don't really level up. You're just too happy. Too much despair, not enough happiness, and you're kind of just too depressed to do anything. You get a good mix of both, and you're actually building up your character a lot more. This is fine. I like this. This was a good idea. But next we get to how to actually do things. So, these are called ventures and challenges. Let's say we have a venture at rank, we'll say difficulty 4. Actually, we'll say difficulty 7. It's difficulty 7. Normally, what's going to happen now is I'm going to have to roll a d10. And I'm going to roll a d10. I rolled an 8. I completed the challenge. That's it. However, let's say I have a few different things going on. Let's say I have an advantage with it, and I'm going to spend 2 of my little tokens, and I'm going to reduce the venture by 2, and then I'm also going to get, I have a skill in it, so I get to reduce it by another 1. That 7 becomes 4. I rolled a 9, I succeeded. That is the game. Technically, with a d10, you can roll a 0. Your 10 does not count as a 10, it counts as a 0. And that is actually how you play the game. This entire game is held up on this. Right here. That's pretty much it. Yeah, and in case you're wondering, like, no, Pat, that seems really light for what we're talking about here. And the answer is, you're right. It is very light. But this is Cypher System. That's the point. So they, instead of kind of like expanding the system out, they instead choose to add more shit. That's really all I can really say. Spend more shit. And it's like, okay, well, here's your spells, here's your secrets, here's how damage is calculated. Damage is kind of dealt on a injury system. So for example, let's say I take, let me see if I can do this correctly. Let's say I take 2 injuries. Let me just double check this. So let's say I take 3 damage. Let's say I take 3 damage. Go 1, 2, 3. I'm going to put in a wound. My injury's reset. Let's say I take 2 damage. 1, 2. Still fine. Take 2 more damage. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Still at 2. Take a second one. I take 3 wounds. I'm dead. I take 3 anguish, which is kind of like more like mental damage. I'm dead. So technically you have 9 health. Or that's kind of the way you should kind of think about things. But combat is actually an important part of the game. Which brings us to things like Emperor and objects of power. Emperor are one-shot uses. You're gonna trigger your Emperor, and that's it. You're going to be able to use things like your objects of power, and then immediately, ta-da! That's really it. And you might learn incantations, which are the same thing. Which are, this opens up to such things, which you can, pretty much these are one-shot things. These are one-shot abilities. These are your ciphers. And these ciphers are an important part of how the game actually works. And that's, when I say these are important, you're going to need this deck. This deck is important because this is actually how the game functions. If you don't have this deck, then you don't have any of the ephemera. You don't actually have these. And if you don't have them, these are pretty bad. Like, the game breaks apart if you don't have these. Because you may say, like, oh, well, you look at your card like, oh, cool, I'm going to drink the red potion. You burn the red potion, you restore 3 of your bennies to your accuracy and 1 benny to your physicality. Cool, done. Never have to think about it again. It's like, oh no, I need, it's like you look at your cards, you're like, fuck. Oh. Powdered pain. A living creature exposed to the dust suffers immediately fiery pain. They have -2 penalties in all actions. Ha ha. You'll never find me out here. Ha ha ha. I am a genius. Or it's like, oh no, like I have, the philosophic head, icon of a stylized male head. If you ask icon a single question, if the knowledge is level 5 or less, you gain a short answer. Oh ho ho. Ho 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 ho. That's really what the game is all about, is using these objects. So it's like, oh well, you can make your own. Not really. Like, when something significant happens, you have the turnover card in the Sooth deck. Reveals a change in how magic works, what things become stronger, what things become weaker. Because if we look at the Sooth deck, it's things such as it's the hidden moon, or the incriminating skull, or the unknowable truth, or the crowded tomb, the endless wood. And each of these are in different areas or different locations with their own different values and their own different set of requirements to it. That if you want to do what the fleeting moment is, you got to consult the book about what the fuck that actually means. And God help you all if you're using the wrong ability on it, or if you're like using the wrong kind of magic, or like, wait a second, this is a gray in the indigo, so it should be okay if I use the lost star. Wait a second, is it not? It's like, haha. And here's like just more, literally most of the artwork in here is nonsense artwork that makes no fucking sense. Like, yeah, cool, fine, whatever. It's just there. So at the end of the day, what you're going to be doing is most of your abilities are going to be split up between 2 distinct qualities. Your Certes and your Qualia. Certes is kind of like your physical abilities, and your Qualia is more of your mental abilities. You want to think something through, you're going to be using your Qualia. If you want to like break something, you're going to be using Certes. Pretty simple. However, you have to break these down into different pools. So for Manlity here, he broke his pools down into this. He has 2 accuracy, 5 movement bennies, 3 physicality, 4 perception bennies, 2 sorcery, 4 interaction, 2 intellect, and 1 sortilege. All of these do something different. Well, now, when I call them bennies, you may be asking, what the fuck do you mean by that? And I hear someone shouting, no, please don't tell me. If you notice on the character sheet, they do not actually have any listing for like attributes or anything, only these 2 little notes here. Because, well, these are supposed to be chits. These are supposed to be chits, or little pools like of actual tokens that you're putting out as you divide them among yourselves. And you have these tokens in front of you and you're using them pretty actively. That's the entire point. Which is a thing, all right. I don't know why they did this, though. That's the odd thing. But then it kind of occurred to me, and then I thought about it a bit, being like, no shit, they did this. What am I? Fucking nuts? Am I weird? Am I silly? And then I remember this game was almost $200. They are, how do I want to word this? They made everything cards, and they made everything chits, and they made everything little plastic bits. You got the stupid fucking hand. It's not there for like a, hell yeah, let's get pumped for a game that's this is essential. It's how much money can we charge and put in a fucking box? Because that's what this game is at the end of the day. It's a marketing thing. It's they want to do the black box. They want to get people excited because they want to get all the little shit. Because it's fun looking at 1,000 cards. It's fun looking at all the little tokens, all the little things. But I think the big box board games are as popular as they are is because people love looking at them. People love playing with the little toys. People like looking at them. It's cool. It's fun. It's interesting. It's infuriating. It's completely infuriating because you're looking at it and there's nothing there. And at the end of the day, this is a roll 1d10 game. Take the height. It's roll 1d10, spend a fucking few points to do stuff. And yeah, anytime you take damage, you can instead take physicality. Which you can just burn your physicality. You can click off your physicality to avoid damage. That's actually how, like, why it's so easy to avoid wounds in some ways, because you're burning a pool to mitigate that damage. It's a resource game, but they want to charge you for those resources. They want to charge you 10 extra bucks for the fact that you got a nice little plastic coin that you can set down and it feels great. Physical, like what sells. And all of these do something slightly different. And it's like, I want to increase the Benny to use this. I want to spend the Benny to do whatever I feel like. I want to do it here. Sortilege is literally like a simple action that you can just use to spend on anything you feel like. You can spend the Benny pretty much wherever you want, is just to make something magical. Like, wow, that's really cool. That's really, really neato burrito. Super cool. Neat. I'm in. Yay. But then it's like, okay, well, here's how you rest, and here's how you have to refurbish your pools. And like, oh, don't forget about sturges and fucking other items here. Oh no. Pools reset to their starting values. Oh, you've got to help you all if you're taking hit damage, or hidden knowledge by itself is... Hidden knowledge is a stat which is effectively a resource you can use to reduce the difficulty of roll. It's pretty much a free Benny resource that you always have a certain amount of, that you gain by interacting with other people, by gossiping, by researching and shit like that. That's how you build hidden knowledge. As long as you can justify making it, you're going to find it. It's like, cool. Okay. Skills are the same way. You're not going to have that many skills. As you can see here, these skills are actually pretty solid, because instead of like a rank 5 difficulty, if I need to make something regarding winemaking, it's only going to be a rank 3. Or if I need to judge about how to make something with glass, I only need to do it with rank 1. It's one rank lower. Skills are kind of like permanent bennies, you could say, in a way. And, there's +3 when you attempt to climb. Skills combined with anything. It's cool. I like it. It's fine. Get some action skills, basic skills. Most of these are things that you choose on your own, and that's really it. Now, the first order of things is your order, pretty much what you are. There's 4 orders, as we already kind of went over them, and these are going to give you certain different abilities. Here you have a level 1 connection here, safely possess 3 emphema, special skills, efficient use of power, how Vancian spells work, which are... the Vancians are like their entire idea is that they have to build their spells and they learn spells, and they have to learn and then they have to use those spells. That's how it actually works. And they have an entire system dedicated to how that works. This is actually how you do these guys' spells. It's very important how they have to literally, the best way to word it is they have to program their spells, which is a completely different chart for them, by the way. That's a very different chart for them that they specifically need. I wonder if I can find their particular Vancian fucking book that they need. Okay, here's the Vance diagram. You know, to spell they store their mind does not want to keep spell. They have to, if they have it, this is a completely different mechanic for them. Yeah, this is a unique mechanic to just the Vancian school. And it's like, okay, that's their entire thing, is that they're building up, they're learning more about it. The makers, on the other hand, create things. So they have an entire thing called the Maker's Matrix. If you are a maker, you want to build an item, what you have to do is first attempt the challenge. If you succeed, you add an ingredient where X level equals X. X now is X plus 1, in which continue, yes. Attempt the challenge, congratulations. Continue, no. Does X equal desired item level? No. Item created with random effect at level X. Yes. Add power source. Go down. Attempt challenge equal level X plus 1. Desired item is created. But this isn't even dealing with the fact of like, oh hey, attempt fail it, you fail it, add a catalyst. Attempt challenge, fail, add stabilizer. Attempt challenge, add major side effect. But mishap. There's an entire separate thing for them. And they get their own little skills, they get their own little crafting magic, they can make kindled objects, they make signature objects. This is an entire different section of how they actually handle things. And yes, in case you're wondering, they do get special abilities that are unique to them and them alone. Weavers are completely fucking different. They have an entire different section dedicated to them. They're called aggregates. They can just do shit. I didn't even understand how fucking weaving worked. I was like, what the fuck? Go and have to summon things, and that's an entire system unto itself, is learning how to summon things properly. And God help us all if you are understanding how to fucking do that. If you're not summoning things correct, that's an entire fucking campaign's worth of issues. Yeah. So it's like, okie dokie then. And we're not even dealing with apostates here. Apostates are the most simple in the entire world. They are allowed to do whatever the fuck they want, whenever they want. That's the beautiful thing. Whatever they want, they use an entire different set of abilities, entire different set of concepts, entire different set of everything. That's what they get. I have no idea why this is the case. Heart is... There's only a certain number of hearts. I believe there's only, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, there's 4 hearts, by the way. These are very simple and very dull. Because most of the time you're going to be like, oh, choose 2 skills from this list. You get 1 in each of those, in each of those 2 skills. Wow, cool. And it's like, this is kind of like your class. Like, oh, if you're ardent, you get skills here. Or, hey, if you were a fucking empath, you get skills here. That's cool. Neat. But that plays into more of the Sooth system, and then your forte. Each of the fortes is you can kind of think about is a descriptor of a class. I think that's the best way to think about it. When I say they're a descriptor of a class, is let's say you're a fighter. If you have a forte in something, that means you can be a fighter who does something interesting, which does change fundamentally how your character acts in a way. However, these are also pretty specific. So, for example, you can bear an orb, you breathe runes, you cage adversaries, you consume flesh, you converse with everything, you eat knowledge, you explore the new sphere, you revel in beauty, you rise and squirm. There's quite a few different ones of these, and each of these, and the thing is, this is not something you can just change, you can just add in something. For example, bears an orb, the Phanodon orbs are well known throughout the actuality. Although their origins are not known conclusively, most of us believe them to be part of the legacy. Okay, while peering stones appear about 4 inches, consecrated power. Charge can be used for a variety of things. Can be recharged using one of my rests, restoring 1 charge per rest instead of restoring points to my stats. All right, cool. But these are what your abilities are really going to be doing. At first, I can use 1 charge of the orb to nourish me for a day. To heal 1 wound or anguish. If I increase the level of this effect to 4 by spending 2 sorcery, I can use the orb to nourish to heal another creature instead of me. Because the big thing is, you're going to be doing these kind of like these trees. Every time you're going to be able to take a new ability and you can go down the tree further. If so, for example, if I'm an orb bearer, I can go down to vigor, then I can go to enhance senses, then replenish. But I can't go to enhance senses and then choose I want to transform spell. No, feed upon power, improve spell, empower spell, transform spell. Boom, 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 boom. That's how it works. And some of these are actually very specific, such as these ones, which you actually start with 2 of them. Some of these are very straight down the line. It's like, yep, we're just going straight down. Or it's... When I say that these are kind of odd in a way, and why these are also very specific, they are very specific. They really do define how your character operates. They define a lot more about your character than simply what you can do, like a little special power that's just like, oh, cool, I got a little bonus. No. This is something bigger than that. This is like, oh, you disgorge his creature. Yeah, you can vomit up creatures. This is an option in this game, but it's some for small creature at level 1. It moves slowly and quite weak, but it does 1 command. Cool. Dwells in darkness. It's like, oh. But these are all slightly unique and all do different. Because the beautiful thing about Cypher System is that this game is designed to be played. It's designed to be expanded upon. Because every book you add, or every expansion pack you put out, congratulations, you can add 4 or 5 more of these and people are going to want to buy it up. You can add more of these, more of this, and suddenly you can actually expand these quite rapidly. It's literally designed to print money. It's genius, to be honest. Really it is. Fortunately, it's also very, tiring. Very tiring. All the associated problems that goes along with it. And if we scroll all the way down here, it's like, okay, we're almost there. We're almost making it. Oh, here's Wanders in Delirium. Oh boy. Soul. What's your soul? Your secret soul is very different. You can just choose one of these. Don't reveal it, though, because it's bad. Because if you reveal it, everyone's going to know about your soul. That's bad. Oh, no. Ever to the abyss. Oh, no. That's bad. Don't do it. You're going to get eaten by monsters. Oh, no. And here's your foundation. And your foundation is going to like where you live and how much money you start with, but also kind of like how your motivations operate. But oh no, you're completely different in a way, or you have something completely bizarre. But your house is super important, but also you have to consult a different book entirely, mind you, to even understand what the fuck that means. Because yeah, you didn't actually do this. Oh, my friend. Oh, my brother in Christ. What do you mean you didn't read the Path book? That's the only thing that's going to make any of this make sense. With Manlity, though, what I did was I wrote up my book. I'm in a prominent house. I'm in the Ram house. You get one secret. I have a thought form valet. I've got my full collection of vintage wine glasses. And this is literally... At the end of the day, this is what your character is going to look like at level 1. All of this bullshit here is padding. Really what it boils down to. It's padding. And it's like, oh, well, your old friends, your relatives, your this, your that. You get a +1 to your skills of your choice. But oh no, you also get another skill. Oh, you get this skill. Oh. God help you all if you didn't get this skill. Oh. Because it all culminates with kind of the character arcs models. Because what you want to do at the end of the day is you want to have a character arc. So, for example, Manlity's character arc is I will brew the wine of dreamless sleep and I will be free of this delirium. And his entire thing is that he wants to brew something. He has his full thing. He wants to finish a great work. I believe that's what it is. No, it's new discovery. So if we go down here, new discovery. So initially what you have to do is you have to pay experience points to actually start on the idea. You might not do anything. The GM, as a GM, you're like encouraged to give people acumen if they aren't on a path, because this is the only way to really level up. So it's like, yeah, you pay a little bit of acumen of like, hey, you kind of pay it forward a little bit. Where it's like, oh, the opening. You do a session where you're trying to find the idea. You draw up plans to the thing you want to invent and discover. Then you do the research. You learn what the people have done before and recognize where they fell they fell short. You test your hypothesis, and Eureka! 3 acumen reward. It's time to put discovery into its true form. A successful resolution is 1 joy, a failure is 1 despair. And at the end of it, you gain 1 acumen, and you reflect on your discovery, compile your notes, write it all down for posterity's sake. And then you do another one. Now, mind you, there's a couple odd ones in here, such as birth. Yeah, you want to give birth? This is one. Opening, impregnation. Yeah, or delivery. Congratulations. Yeah. You get a child. Cool. Or a file from grace. Join an organization. Master a skill. Mysterious backgrounds. Oh, raise a child. Yeah, it's like... It's... Some of these make kind of a little bit of weird stats. Like, some of them like, okay, cool. You know, I want to do something. I want to transform myself. Uncover a secret. Undo a wrong. Like, okay, that's kind of neat. It's like, I want to raise a child. I mean, like, you're not going to level up then. Cool. Have fun. Bye. Mamau. Yeah, all the currency is done in orbs, but don't worry. There's also other orbs, because there's glass orbs. Yeah. Glass orbs are produced in the ash gardens by child laborers who spend their long days conceiving basic ideas and thoughts. It's a slow process, so it's difficult to make much profit on the orbs, except through massive quantities. The deathless triumph attempts to regulate production of orbs, never left to ensure the currency maintains its value. Yeah, so let's see. If someone says the price of a sandwich is 21 orbs, they mean glass orbs. In Shadow, this might be worth about a dime in the United States in the early 21st century. Each glass orb represents a very common thought or idea, like taste of cheddar cheese, or you should wear a jacket when it's chilly. Because the main currency in Invisible Sun are thoughts. As you can kind of see here, I have a savings of 70 orbs and an income of 30 orbs. I make like $30 a year. Like, I don't make that much money. However, crystal orbs on the other hand, 100 glass orbs, this is about $1. It'd be about 10 bucks, effectively. Common or mundane idea, like a recipe for lentil soup, a direction to get up the Ferrock Mountains. Gem orbs, oh my. Oh, here's true orbs. Oh my, very different. Mage coins, completely different kinds. God, completely different kind of money. Mage coins are very valuable, but they're also just money. Well, you just gotta get money. Oh, don't forget about blood silver, though. Oh, blood silver? Oh, come on. That's completely fucking different. 1 blood silver is worth 1 crystal orb, which is worth 10 standard glass orbs. Come on. Where's your math? It's like you haven't realized the entire lore by now. It's like, what? It's like, oh, okay then. Like, oh, don't forget about demon tier. Very different. Bits and bobs, very different. Ugh. Checks. Oh. Gotta remember, you gotta keep your fucking loan amount ready. Ugh, hot. Yeah, kindled items, modifying stats, etheric devices, emotions and concepts. When I say that it was like, this does bear a lot of similarity to things like D&D and things. Like here's the item list. You want to buy a fucking chair, it's going to cost you 10 crystal orbs. You want to buy just a chair, it's going to cost you 3 crystals. However, you just want to buy a Grig band, keep Grigs and other magical pests a day for a day. That's 50 orbs, which has a different conversion rate to everything else. Specialized tools, God help us all. Here's everything here. You want to manage your money in a game about being a fucking super wizard? I know I do. Woo! Yeah, like here's a flop house for 150 orb or 3 crystal orbs for a 1-star private room. Services, bodyguards, ingredients. Here's the full picture finally. We go over the first session. Wowzers, it's so great. I love it. It's amazing. Then we have all the little changes, all the little things. And that's Invisible Sun. You know what? The thing is this. Here's the beautiful thing about Invisible Sun is I could go over the gate. I go over the gate. You go over the fucking way. Here's all the fucking spells. But here's the thing. I don't want to go over these because I'm bored. I'm bored of this game. Want to know why I'm bored? Because there's nothing. It's. I want to word this. How best do I word this? How best do I even like sum up Invisible Sun? Okay. I think the best way to kind of like summarize Invisible Sun, for me anyway, is a very classic case of you can say something cool, but that does not mean it is cool. Personally, one of my favorite settings is actually the Mage the Ascension setting, and Mage the Ascension, and in turn Mage the I forgot the other fucking name. Mage the Ascension Awakening. I like both of those settings, truth be told. Ascension actually has a very fascinating concept behind it, with a lot of like, oh well, there's a lot of mystery and a lot of magic, and this isn't even dealing with like the technocracy going on. Well, the other one, Mage the Awakening, has a very unique setting unto itself. It's a very detailed setting with a lot of stuff going on with it. Very mystical, very strange, with very dedicated way of how the world works. But the thing is, everything is connected to one another. Things make sense. And I tell people this when they write a lot of things, is you can have this really wacky and unique idea that nobody's ever heard about. But if it doesn't make any fucking sense and know that you cannot compare it to anything else, it doesn't matter. Because no one's going to give a shit. Your eyes kind of glaze over a little bit. You're like, yep, I'm reading something all right. I don't give a shit. Because like, people say like, oh, well, Tolkien is like really fantastic. Tolkien is really fantastic. And it's, the setting is kind of, very fantasy, very odd. But the thing is, it makes sense. Everything about it makes complete sense. Because you can compare it to something you don't know. Aragorn is kind of a weird, he's this, older, he's this ranger, he's this, badass Superman named Strider. Everyone thinks he's really cool. But you immediately know what to think about. He's this, very handsome guy. He's got this sword, and he's got this cloak. He's a ranger. And then immediately invokes a very certain kind of idea in your head. You know exactly who he is. You know Frodo is kind of this young, naive guy. He doesn't quite know what's going on. And he's a hobbit because we've already explained what hobbits are. Hobbits are just short people. Cool, we understand that. That's something we can connect. Even down to something, say, I'm trying to think of something. Okay, Dark Sun, for example. Dark Sun's a really weird setting. There's a lot of really weird ideas in Dark Sun, D&D setting. However, everything is explained in something that we'd be able to relate to. Hey, this empire employs vast quantities of slavery. And be like, yeah, okay, slavery is bad. We can kind of already assume that. We understand what the hell they're doing. But it's like, okay, well, magic drains the world of energy, because we kind of already, because they explain, and energy, magic needs energy. It comes from the world. Athos doesn't create enough energy. Therefore, they kill the world. We can make it a basic association. Invisible Sun throws this wildly fantastic world at you. Here's 1,000 million things, and there's nothing to compare anything to. It's like, oh, it's unless you read it all, and then you're like, oh, it's a, what? No, why the fuck do I care? Like, if it was just like one faction, they could make sense. If the entire game was built around, okay, you're a bunch of makers, and your entire job is, you're wizards who create magical items, because magic doesn't work anymore. And you're forced to create kind of like a proxy for something else. And that's the entire game, is you're a maker, you create magical items to do stuff. Cool. That's very interesting. Ties in with the cipher system. Done. Cool. We immediately have something. So you're always trying to invent new things. You're always trying to, use new items. That's how the game works. You're all Vancians. Everyone's a Vancian magic. How magic works in Invisible Sun is everyone has to memorize it, and they pretty much program their spells into their body. Cool. Done. Everybody is a weaver. Everybody is an apostate. The idea, though, is that they spread around all these ideas between 5 different pretty much 5 different, completely different character types with 5 different, completely different sets of fucking rules. It's not like, oh boy, I'm super excited. It's like, man, I am fucking bored of this shit. Like, it makes no fun. Like, I don't fucking care. It's like, well, if you got to read the second book and be like, why would I want to read the book? Like, the player's manual isn't interesting to me. I'm not having fun. Like, I'm bored. I don't want to read something I'm bored with. Because, like, if you were to say, do you want to play Invisible Sun or Mage the Awakening? I'm going to say, I'm going to play Mage the Awakening. I have a character. I want to play an Adam and Arrow. I want to be pretty much Mage Cop. Cool, because that's something I can immediately relate to. It's something immediately able for me to say, okay, 1 to 2 to 3. Cool. I understand, and I can connect it to something that makes sense to me. Here, it's like, do you want to play a Vistulae who goes on magic adventures? I'm like, what? That makes no fucking sense. Like, what am I supposed to do? And like, is this a combat game? Is it not a combat game? Am I spending my resources right? I don't know. Because there's so much shit spread across 5 fucking books that each book doesn't really mean anything individually. So it just becomes this confusing mess, because it's like, oh, well, we mentioned it here that you have to go to a completely different set of fucking ideas, completely different set of books. Then you have to go, oh, you got to draw from the Infirma deck. Oh, you don't have your Infirma deck ready? Oh, well, that's a shame. It doesn't matter anymore. It's like, what? The fuck are you on about, mate? I don't give a shit. Like, it's like that immediate, like, I don't care anymore. And if there was a clearer focus, if there was something more dedicated, I think I could get behind this game a little bit more. But the problem is there isn't. It's a massive book. Like, I don't think you got, it's kind of hard to even explain, but there's a lot of fucking book here. There's a lot of cards. I didn't even go over there's an entire board system, which is fundamental to how to play the game, by the way. I don't got no idea what the fuck this is all about. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Here's all here's all the GM stuff. That's, very important. Here's all the Book of M stuff. That's a dozen different new things. Here's the directed campaign that you need to play to make sure people understand. Here's all the prop envelopes. Here's all these different things. And it's like, I don't care enough. Like, it's a weird, funky looking, like, oh wow, look, it's so weird, so funky, and I could care absolutely less about any of it. It's one of those things like, you expand to have so much shit that eventually you have nothing. And I think that's really what it is with this game. Is you expand to have so much stuff that at the end of the day, you don't have anything to really glom onto and really work with. But that's the end of meme games. A lot of games today. A lot of odd games, a lot of strange games, even lost a follower because of them. So hey, that's what I do. Nobody chatted for the past 4 hours. I've just been talking to myself for about 4.5 hours now. My throat's completely fucking shot. That's why like no conversation of value has occurred. It's very lonely. But meme games at their absolute core are games that are fundamentally strange, odd, mysterious even. And because they're strange, obvious, like they're so bizarre in their own way, they do deserve a little bit of attention. Out of all the games we went over today, generally speaking, DragonRaid was the one that most impressed me. I was like, yeah, there was actually kind of a genuine game here. It's once I kind of understood what it was, I kind of appreciated it a little bit more. However, like Chi-Chian's system was kind of dull. Like it didn't really. It was a little bit complicated for the sake of being complicated, but once you really broke it down, it was like, let's consult a bunch of charts real fast. Oh boy. Tsar Frontiers was a joke that wasn't funny, that stopped being funny with about 5 minutes. Rod, Reel, and Fists, that main problem was that I didn't know what the fuck it was trying to be, and it wasn't really interesting. While Invisible Sun was ironically so big and so massive that I didn't care about any one part of it. And that's, I think, the ultimate problem behind meme games do boil down to their memes, their jokes. They're supposed to be funny, they're supposed to be interesting, but sometimes they just kind of draw the eye and little else. I think that's always a problem with games like these. So we have to go back to our favorite place as I wrap up the day. My throat is completely fucked. Let's do not end date. We want to do the newest. We want to do not just games. We want to do tabletop games. We're going to learn about what we can find here. All right, we've got some fun things, right? It's Kickstarter. We all love Kickstarter. 5e anime role-playing game setting. Oh. That looks painful. Let's see. Sun and Moon STL. Something in there. Nexus Modern. Oh. Okay, consider me interesting. Warmex. 5e. Let's see, there's gotta be something interesting in here, right? There's gotta be something cool. Come on, give me something cool. Gotta be something interesting. I'm ready. Right? Gotta be something really cool. The ultimate waifu card game. Hell yeah. Infernal Fantasy. Oh. Death Throw. Zombie Outbreak role-playing. Oh. Doom of Ragnarok. Utilizing Shadow of the Demon Lord rules. Do not give a shit. So let's see. Wait a second. Is that who I think it is? Okay, this isn't Vincent Baker, is it? No, luckily this isn't Vincent Baker. Oh, Jesus. You scared me there for a minute there. I thought it was going to be a very funny adventure. Who can, let's see. Action investigation game, dice. It uses dice, we know that much. Let's see. Nexus Quick Start. It looks... Alternate premise. Isekai. Playbooks. Okay, it's playbooks. Cool. I can immediately ignore it. Heartseeker. Anime card games. Yeah, we like anime card games. Yeah. Or if it'll, you can move card character icons. You played final matching move. You acquire that character. Action cards. Favorite cards, name it matches, but watch out, as any player may play another favorite card with a name to cancel yours. What's in the... So the entire thing is just collect women. Finally, collect women. The game that I've always needed. Yep. Let's do a quick look on the girls. Okay, so this is goth chick, spooky demon girl, mid. Looks like fucking Iron Mouse cosplay. Mid. Elf tomboy waifu crushed my skull with her thighs. I'm okay with that. Hello, David Bowie. Look, everyone, it's white hair Sayori. That's Sana from popular VTuber from Prison Project, Sana. I'm getting a phone call. Give me a second, everybody. Would not be a notepad add-on stream if I didn't get a random ass phone call in the middle of everything. That's just how life goes. But yeah, purple girl, no. Yeah, waifus. We all love waifus. Helgard, hello. Infernal Fantasy, 5 single night adventures and create others. Rules Lights, Ed Greenwood. Game designers. Contributions, like what is the game though? This is the important part. Because this is telling me this is a very expensive game for not much. What is... Yeah, look at all these contributing authors. Wow, Wow. See, I always get confused me like when I see like, oh, wow. Industry veterans, yeah. Granite Griffin Publishing Company. Tell me more about Granite Griffin. Flagship China. Let me see. Do you have any videos? The Helgard. Industry veterans. Maxwell Carr. Tell me more about Maxwell Carr. Not Voltaire. Maxwell Carr. TTRPG. Tell me more about you. What do you do? Noble Knight Games. Warlord. Maxwell Carr. Is this you? No, this isn't you. This can't be you. Yeah, I don't... Never heard of this dude before. Let's see the team. Let's see the team. Because again, like, this is telling me, like, this is... Anytime you see someone say, oh, it's a rules light... Like, oh, it's a rules light super game, and it's super cool and awesome, and we've got all these designers. It's like, what the fuck does this mean? Like, what do you do in this game, though? Like, what's the actual game? That's what I want to know. With anime-inspired combat, that's not encouraging to me at all. Where is the system? Tell me what this fucking system is. That's all I'm asking. It's like, if I'm making a guess, I'd be like, it's D6 based. From board gamers, no, 5 playable classes. Plays 1 5 classes: the Knight, the Breaker, the Shadow, the Witch, and the Sage. Click here for a brief rules preview. Okay. Okay, wait a second. So the stretch goals are, that's where you get to add everybody in. All right. Okay, here we go. Here's the actual rules. And my god, that looks like D&D already. Woof. Woof. Let's see. What do you need to play? Adventure scenario scenes. Describe the scenario. Let's see. Ruin score current ruin. Gather the case roll D6 equals the current ruin score rolls. I'm telling number of rolled and adventure ruin table determine resulting effect and story. And before closing on all sides, don't seem intent on harming the two of you. They're convinced the blacksmith is behind these murders, and it's clear they're willing to use violence to seize him if you stand in their way. All right, let's see the official Helgar guys. So, investigation effort check. So it looks like if you roll one of these things, it's a good thing. Fails an effort check, they can challenge, follows a preview of the Hellguard's domain. They can push their luck and attempt to succeed by drawing on their hell-tainted ancestry. Rolls 3 infernal dice. Rerolls your entire pool. If at least one the roll succeeds, if there's no, it fails. Point of ruin to the table. Hexes. I don't know, manifestation of the infernal curses. So the entire idea is not really a role. I'm not getting like a role-playing game at all. Because if this is the character sheet, the entire idea is that you're going to be rolling a bunch of dice. Yeah, so you're going to be rolling 4, 3, or 2d6. And as long as you get their special symbol, pretty much looks like it'd be a 6. If you get a 6 on it, you succeed. But if you roll a 1, you fail. But then you can always change. But if you choose to use a domain, that means you can kind of inflict it. If you fail, check the lag on your size and strength. You may add 3 infernal dice to your pool, reroll the effort check, and run a room for each one rolled on the infernal dice. So the entire idea is that like you're able to tap into the fact that you're a demon corrupted nightmare monster, and that's kind of fucking lame. But all right, it's really gonna look pretty though. Not really gonna be a. I don't know how they're going to do a role-playing game, though, with it. It sounds more like a board game. I guess that's the point? Death throes. Look right another, but wait. It's a zombie got misery, tragedy, and suffering. Death throes is a game about hope. Wow, never heard of that one before. Wow. Hope, fail, hurt. How does it work? Systems. It's a... Yeah, they're 6-sided dice. Wow. Wow. Never seen one of these ones before. I'm tired. Tired of it all. Makes me sad. Makes me tired. Mega Pack Moon. Dread and Drones. Isle of Terrains. Darknet Filth. German Africa Code. Oh, Jesus. Oh, cool. Fading Sun's Lost World. Neat. Neat. Is there anything other? Come on, give me something to work with here, please. Neko Boss, Mystery Dungeon, Eden's Conflict. Come on. Lewd Dungeon Adventure. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Is it board game or RPG? Yeah, no, it's an RPG. It's like a source book more than anything for another game. Come on, there's gotta be something. Come on, baby. Come on, give me something. Give me something to work with. Come on, baby. Give me something to work with. There's gotta be something cool. There's gotta be something exciting out there. Maybe I'm just going insane. Maybe I'm mad. Maybe I think there is gonna be something of value on this fucking game. Fucking world of ours. And I remember it's fucking Kickstarter, and we can't have nice things on Kickstarter. Always remember that. Oh, look, it's Pirate Sea Witches and Iron Liches for 5e. Wow, look everyone, it's 5e Iron Kingdom. Woo! Woo! Chaos X Gear. Not gonna click on it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, I gotta click on it. I gotta find it. Oh god, why does it look so bad? Why do they all look the same? A rough real like similar about a difference that we implement more features, unique systems, reduce the impact of randomness on match outcomes. Chaos X Gears, Chaos and Gear mechanic landscape played cards bonus if you put them in the gear status, or you choose to change card into a Chaos card. Oh sweet baby Christ almighty. Oh god, why is her face melting? Why is her face melting, guys? Why? Horrifying. Like AI, it looks like an AI piece of art, which is something that's like going to be an insult in the future. I hope you all know that. Like, man, you're an AI driven. Man, this looks like an AI game. AI art. Oh, ow. Super Battle Pets is not going to actually. Super Battle Pets will succeed, and I'm going to feel really sad about that at a fundamental level. We've already been over all these. Holy shit, there was fucking nothing. This time around. Well, I mean, I guess we should look at itch. I mean, is there something of value on itch.io? I'm gonna probably say no because it's itch. And there's nothing good on itch. Always remember that. Character creation speedrun. See, there's gotta be something. Come on. There's gotta be something to work with. Horus Heresy templates. Oh. Spit it out already about mutual pining. Proving grounds for Morkborg. Yay, Morkborg. Fucking hate all these. Fucking hate itch.io. No, not doing it. Nope. Not doing it. No. I refuse. There's nothing of value here. Fuck this. Fuck you. I'm out. I'm done. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm tired. But yeah, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad, and I hope you had a wonderful rest of your time. I will see you all on Monday, which we will continue Sanguine Nights. And thank you all, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye.